and out. Would you still have love for me, girl? It's either love me now. Would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me, girl? It's either love me now. Would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me, girl? It's either love me now. Would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me, girl? Is MAGA or not? Is it MAGA or not? Don't stop. We rockin' to the T.O.P. girl. Is MAGA or not? This MAGA or not? Don't stop. We rockin' to the T.O.P. girl. Is MAGA not stop? Is MAGA not stop? To the top, to the T.O.P. T.O.P. girl. Is MAGA not stop? Is MAGA not stop? With Trump news and Trump news and Trump news and girl. Double tap hit the like button, man. Double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button, man. #1 podcast on YouTube, baby. #1 with that Terrific Tuesday. Coming in hot and heavy, man. We coming in hot and heavy. You know what it is, man. It's the perfect timing podcast. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like button. We in for a power-packed, exciting MAGA fest. Like another one, man. Like another one, man, on a Terrific Tuesday, man. Like another one, man. You know what it is. Double tap at the like button. As you come in, man. As you come in, man. Wipe your feet, man. You know how to wipe your feet, man. Do it so neat. Do it so sweet. Perfect to my podcast. Back with the blast. In and out with a dash. 2026 won't last. So let's get this cash, baby. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button, man. We're going to have a good one today, man. We're going to have a good one today. Terrific Tuesday. A lot of Trump news, giving Democrats the boo-hoo blues. Giving Democrats the boo-hoo blues. Welcome to the live stream. You made it to the live stream. You made it to the live stream. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. Double tap, hit the like button, man, as you come on in, man. Double tap, hit the like button as you come on in. Let me find my sound. This, that one sound. We in the building, man. Double tap, hit the like button. Perfect timing podcast. #1 podcast for geopolitical debate, domestic discourse. We in it right now. We got ICE riots, ICE walkouts, voter ID, the nothing burger. Voter ID, the nothing burger. We got Epstein files falling from the sky, 3.5 million. Jay-Z implicated. Pusha T implicated. Yo mama might be in the Epstein file. Yo mama, she was at Freaknik. Yo mama was at Freak. Yes, she was. Yo mama was at Freaknik. She was at the Diddy party, and she is in the. We gonna get into it today. Everybody's in the Epstein files. Everybody is in the Epstein files. Everybody went to the. Did y'all see my show? Yes, double tap me. What a fire show, man. Yeah. Did y'all see Anderson Cooper and Don Lemon trying to justify Jeffrey Epstein? Anderson Cooper, that was the greatest video. I'm not going to play. Y'all got to go watch it yesterday. But Anderson Cooper's interview, this is in 2020. I said, Anderson, AC Coop, this didn't age well for you. Anderson starts stuttering. I can tell you're lying because when you're denying, you stutter. Anderson Cooper is like, well, there's a rumor out there from the MAGA mill. The MAGA mill. That's us right here. Double tap the like button, everybody. That's us right here from the MAGA mill that says there's a manifest. Yeah, like I said yesterday, we've had all of the information. Even during the Biden administration, we had these same Epstein files. Does anybody think that this great Epstein release, nothing is new? Even the call-in tip number, nothing is new. What you need to know is this information has been here throughout the entire Democratic regime. What do you mean Democratic regime? I mean, for the last 15, 20 years, you've been under Democratic rule. 8 years with Obama, 4 years with Biden. But did you know Biden was also in the White House? So through that entire time, number one, Obama allowed Jeffrey Epstein to go home to a private island. Obama gave Jeffrey Epstein access to a private plane. That's just after being convicted in 2008. Because what else happened in 2008? Obama, Wakanda, yo mama. Obama, Wakanda, yo mama. Hope and Change, 2008. You know, Hope and Change just died December 31st. The Affordable Care Act is done. We are in a partial shutdown. Chuck Schumer is feckless and weak. Chuck Schumer is not getting anything done but a retirement plan. Let's throw a party for Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer is not getting anything done but a retirement plan. How many people agree Chuck Schumer is out of here? We're in a temporary shutdown. I'm going to talk about the shutdown. I predict, MAGA knew the climate. I predicted the shutdown. I said we're going to go into a shutdown. While everybody was talking about gossip this and gossip that, I predicted we were going to a shutdown. I said they owe us a budget. I said January 31st is around the corner. I said, and yesterday, Double Tap hit the like button. W Chat, #1 podcast on YouTube. #1 podcast. So I said to my people yesterday, do you know what a clean CR is? People finally, man, understood what a clean CR is. They did that correctly. You know what I'm saying? They understood what a clean CR is. I really appreciate that. They understood what a clean CR is. And then we broke down, the budget was due October 15th. We broke down the 43-day shutdown. We broke down Chuck. Look at Hakeem Jeffries looking like a, look at Hakeem Jeffries. And I got another member of the squad going down in front. The squad is done. 2026, MAGA taking the six. 2026, MAGA taking the squad is done. I'm taking responsibility for ending the squad. There is no more squad. Jasmine Crockett is not running for Congress again. She got to run for Senate. She's not going to win. Done. Jasmine Crockett's career is done. Jasmine Crockett is done. Ilhan Omar is done. We're taking credit for that. MAGA got the sticks in 2026. We're taking credit for Ilhan Omar's departure because $30 million, $19 billion. I don't care about the Minnesota ice ride. We're going to get to that. But the squad is done. The Democrats are done. These political riots and walkouts and rallies is a last hope for a dying political party. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button is a last hope for a dying political party. You know why? You know what's really signature about this moment is that at the rallies, I'm calling them rallies. We said it yesterday. They're not protests. We calling them rallies. They are recruiting, but they're not recruiting for the Democratic Party unless you agree with the MAGA and the climate that the Democratic Party has morphed. You look at Mondani, the Morani in New York. You look at Jasmine Crockett. You look at the squad, and they're boisterous about having these Marxist socialist ideologies. Right? So now at these rallies / protests, you have people recruiting for the Communist Party. So people have said all along on the red side that the Republicans have said the Democrats have morphed. The Democrats have now perversed themselves now to be more like socialists and no one listened to us because we couldn't say it when Biden was president. We couldn't say it when Obama. No one would live. We were the off fringe. We're the fringe podcasters. Don't listen to those damn podcasters. But now in 2026, when we got the sticks, what do you see? You see the Democratic Party is recruiting people, but they're not actually recruiting people to the Democratic Party. I had to educate you guys on the DNC yesterday. They're recruiting people to the Socialist Party. They're recruiting people to the Communist Party. They're not recruiting people to the Democratic Party, but this is what MAGA, this is what conservatives always said. But then people laughed at us. You listen to comedians and you listen to celebrities. Did you see the Grammys the other night? Did you see the Grammys the other night with these celebrities? Just Billie Eilish, $14 million mansion. This is the part that's left out. $14 million mansion in Los Angeles that did not burn down. Do you guys realize there are mega rich individuals that their houses didn't burn down? The future mayor, the one who wants to challenge Karen Bass, you know, we showed the mayor yesterday coming out of Don Lemon's court. He has a $1 billion home also. His house didn't burn down. He did an interview with Bill Maher. You know why his house didn't burn down? He private security, right? Rich people have private security. They don't just rely on waiting for the police to get there, right? So rich people have private security. You know what else they have? They have private fire departments. So here it is. His house is near Palisades. His house is near Altadena. He has a house in Pacific Palisades on a mountain near the water, but his house didn't burn down. And he said, well, Bill Maher, it's a good thing that I own my own fire department. And Bill Maher is looking at him like, be quiet. You're never going to become you're never going to become mayor. Do not tell the American people that your house didn't burn down because you own your own private fire department. And what he said was, no, Bill Maher, it's a good thing because I have my own private fire department. The LA fire department can go help the poor people. Can you believe he said that? He said that on television. The LA fire department can go help everyone else because I have my own private. So Billie Eilish got a $14 million mansion in LA. Just to give context to what we've been seeing, $14 million mansion in LA, right? And she's on the Grammys talking about no one can be illegal on stolen land. And I'm saying, where is the context? See, this is what I talked about yesterday, and we're going to get into that first with these ICE riots and these ICE rallies and these ICE walkouts. When you include children who haven't been educated properly, then you have an ignorant electorate versus an educated electorate, or what we like to say here, an intelligent electorate, right? So you have Billie Eilish saying some of the most outlandish, stupid things and getting applauded for saying stolen land as if she doesn't. See, this is the problem with Venezuela. This is the problem with Greenland. This is the problem with the Ukraine. No one understands geopolitics and how things work and how trade work and what America actually does. See, Billie Eilish doesn't understand that it's not her grandfather's America. America once made transistor radios. America once made televisions. America once made stoves. All of those things have to be produced. You live in your $14 million mansion. You have light fixtures. You have stove. America used to make all of those things. In fact, good old Americans used to come to your house and put in and install the light fixtures, the floorboards, and things like that. No longer does America produce. Donald Trump is bringing America back, making America first. But what Billie Eilish needs to understand is now all of those goods are made in China, overseas, somewhere else. And America stopped producing goods, and America became the new empire. America has the most nuclear missiles, the most aircraft carriers, the most nuclear submarines. And what we do is we police the earth. We go to war. We protect them. We protect democracy around the earth. See, Billie Eilish doesn't understand colonizer. Billie Eilish doesn't understand empire. Billie Eilish doesn't understand shit about politics, legality, the UN, and global governance, right? And why it's important today that we talk about Donald Trump and Project Vault. As I expand on these topics, is Project Vault is one of the great things that is happening right now. And I talked a lot about the mineral. We talked a lot about a lot of things, so that's another great thing we're gonna get into today is Project Vault, and what it means, why we are going after these resources. I keep reminding you of Web 3.0. I keep reminding you of Davos, blockchain, BlackRock CEO, Elon Musk, and global cryptocurrency, global tokenization. And there was a lot to learn and extrapolate from Davos, right? Gavin Newsom at Davos with a failing economy in California. I just exposed yesterday that now we learned about the California, the gas tax. We learned about the highest gas in the country, right? And we learned about the highest gas in the country, 800 brand new laws, but Gavin Newsom's over in Davos. But there's a lot to extrapolate from Davos. One of the major things that I've been focusing on that I would like people to focus on, because once we get past the partisan red versus the blue, let me take a sip of water. How about y'all? Double tap at the like button. Terrific Tuesday. Double tap, hit the like button. Terrific Tuesday. Terrific Tuesday. How everybody doing today, man? Came in hot, man. Came in hard. Oh, man. Terrific Tuesday. Billie Eilish's house is on Indian land. $14 million house. What's up, everybody? W in the chat. W in the chat. Double tap, hit the like button. What's up, everybody? Double tap, hit the like button. The squad is done. The squad is done. Double tap, hit the like button. We're going to have a good podcast today. We're going to have a good podcast today. Yeah, man. The land that Billie Eilish, thank you. Is she going to give it back? Do y'all remember the beach in Southern California where the black people got the beach returned back to them because it was taken by eminent domain? Y'all remember that? Is Billie Eilish going to give back her beach? Is Billie Eilish going to give back her beach? Let me see if I could. I don't think she is. I don't think she is. But she talking about nobody is illegal on stolen land. It's funny that white people never felt like this when it was black people being oppressed. You know what I'm saying? But what I still keep wondering, what is the inspiration for the way why all these white people feel the way that they feel? And it still has not been unpacked. It still hasn't been unpacked. You know what I'm saying? And even Latino, because the reality is that Biden opened the borders without a plan. If anyone should be upset at anyone, this is why I say selective outrage. The truth of the matter is, as we get into the ice, Biden opened the border without a plan. Biden opened the border without proper logistics and project management and planning. And then the country suffered to the point where at the highest height, 300,000 immigrants were migrating into the country every day. At the height, 300,000 a day. And that's why Trump became president, because Democrat and Republican, everyone, Democrat and Republican, no matter who, basically was terrified. Democrat and Republican was terrified at the numbers. Democrat and Republican was terrified at the numbers. Democrats and Republican was terrified about Ukraine and Israel and what might happen under Biden's leadership after the debacle in Afghanistan, under Kamala Harris' leadership after the debacle at the American-Mexican border. So how this got started, how this all gets started, and we still to this day, think about this. Tucker Carlson is talking about this with like literaries, PhDs. Tucker Carlson's going into it. Everyone's going into why we still don't understand why Biden chose to open the American. We haven't done this since Ellis Island, since Statue of Liberty. When we did it last, think about it. France gave us the Statue of Liberty. There's a twin to the Statue of Liberty over in France. So they were so thankful to America opening up our borders and accepting people and broadening the American dream to the entire globe that they gave us the Statue of Liberty. We built Ellis Island. We had a processing facility. Over 12 million people came during that time. So we know how to do mass immigration. And we understand that America is a country of immigrants. Everybody understands that. We're really blessed to have this great country, Bill of Rights and Constitution. But Biden, and to this day, we still don't know why Biden opened up the borders. It's the discussion that needs to be discussed that no one has discussed. People keep opening up the discussion, but no one can clearly, Biden is no longer president. He clearly doesn't have cognitive ability to explain to us. But one of the major questions, we're talking about anywhere from 10 to 20 million people during a recovery. The context of this debate has to be framed so people can understand. 10 to 20 million, as Billie Eilish with her $14 million house on Indian land, what Billie Eilish needs to understand is it's not about people being racist. See, the Democratic Party wants to frame everything through race. It's not about being racist. It's about American people wanting to protect themselves and protect their own jobs and protect their own future. And some American people were kind of upset that Biden did this without a plan and families got separated. Some Democrats and liberals understood that Biden is creating a powder keg by not having the proper logistics and project management in place. He's going to damage the American, but moreover, what he did is he damaged the Democratic Party. He damaged the Democratic Party. And I think it's irreconcilable. It cannot be recovered. It cannot be recovered. It cannot be recovered. Double tap, hit the like button. I know a lot of people suspect that a lot of us have our speculations about why Biden did what he did. But we don't have a definitive answer because there was no plan. I'm not opening that up for discussion for people to sound intelligent. I'm saying the one fact is we don't know why Biden opened the border. We can speculate, we can do calculations as to what is the most logical thing, but we don't know why Biden opened the border. Because if we had a reason, then there would have been a logistical plan to receive these individuals. And that plan would have said what was the purpose. And then the Congress would have allotted money, the same way we did with Ellis Island. We need to bring in immigrants for this specific purpose. We need this type of labor. We're going to spend this type of money. We need to bring in this amount of people. There was no clear objective, no clear plan. We didn't have the ability to close the border. Think about this part. Think about this part. People want to throw out theories about how and why Biden opened the border. But if there was a plan, they could not even execute the plan properly because they couldn't close it. Let's say they had a goal of 8 million. When they reached 8 million, they lost. Just like in these Democratic sanctuary cities, when they told police to stand down, Biden effectively told the Border Patrol to stand down. So just like in these cities where the Democratic riots and unrest is enveloping, the border reached a point where border control couldn't manage it anymore, where Kamala Harris had to come on TV and say, don't come. And that's that famous clip where Trump is saying, I'm going to come. 300,000. Imagine working for Border Patrol. Y'all want to do some research? Y'all know what we like to do here. How many Border Patrol officers do we have? Just to put it in context. How many Border Patrol agents are there? Because there was 300,000 a day at the height of the Biden Kamala Harris border czar. So according to what let's read it together. Let's read it together. And remember, that a Democrat is the one who gave us the information and reminding us, who's that Democrat? Somebody said he had brain surgery. I'm not big on following the Democrats. Somebody put his name in the chat. The Democrat who had brain surgery, he is the one asking Democrats to stop being violent and understand what they're doing is not helpful to the Democratic Party or the American people, right? So as a recent report, there are approximately 19,300 to 20,300 U.S. Border Patrol agents, according to the Department of Homeland Security. So when I talk about 600 officers in Minnesota versus 400,000 American citizens are residents, because we exposed now that they're not all citizens. So we got 400,000 people in Minneapolis with these ICE rallies, raids, protests, whatever you want to call them, but we only have 600 officers. What ability does that have? So when Biden opens the border without plan, without proper logistics, without proper project management, at the height of the Biden Kamala Harris era, you had 300,000 people crossing the border a day. And you have 20,000 officers. They lost control. This is why Trump got 80% of the vote. This is why Trump not only won the Electoral College and the popular vote, because the American people were concerned at the ability of not only the Border Patrol, but of Biden and Kamala to protect the American border, which is part of their job. Unlike what Billie Eilish is trying to say last night. They have a job and a responsibility. She can be idealistic in her $14 million house on Indian land, but there is a job. The president has a job. You understand what I'm saying? The president, the vice president has a job, and that's to protect the American people, to protect the American border. It's very simple and plain. It's very simple and plain. They have a job to do. And Biden and Kamala Harris did not do their job by any measure of that. If you take a look at the fact that at a certain time, they could not stop the flood at the border. 300,000 to where they had to beg and ask, ask leaders. This is why Biden put the bounty on Maduro's head. Biden upped the bounty on Maduro to 25 million. Biden sanctioned Maduro. Biden sanctioned oil tankers because he was trying to stop the flood of immigrants. There was no plan. I know you guys want to say there was a plan. There was no plan. Double tap at the like button. Brand new member. Brand new member. Shout out to you. My Dobbin 4514. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel. See a membership, give a membership, join. Double tap at the like button, man. Everybody see that right there. That's how you get your name lit up in the chat, get your attention from the podcast host. Double tap at the like button. Let me see some donations. Let me see some gifts, some super chats. I want to thank everybody for coming in and watching. Got a fire show planned out for today. We starting off with the ICE riots and the ICE rallies. I call them rallies. ICE protests. We're going to talk about voter ID, the Nothing Burger, and Project Vault. And we're going to round up with what was that? The Colombia. We got something going on in Colombia. So they didn't have the ability. Stop it, brother. That's why I'll give out the math. I'm gonna put you on timeout. I love you, brother. I'm gonna put you on timeout. I'll put you on timeout. You passionate, but I'm gonna put you on timeout. I'm gonna put you on timeout. They didn't have the ability to stop it, brother. That's my whole point of doing the research for you. My whole point of doing that research for you and educating you on how many Border Patrol officers we have is to let you know. That's why I don't just come up here and yell and look good and, you know what I'm saying, and have a loud voice. You know what I'm saying? This is a real adult conversation. When I bring up these facts, when I bring up these facts, my brothers and sisters, I love you so much. I'm bringing these facts up to make my argument. 20,000 Border Patrol, and I'm saying that a Democrat. Do you understand? A Democrat is the one who brought out the graph in the data that up to 300,000 at the highest point of the Biden Kamala Harris administration, 300,000 came across the border a day. And I'm just saying to you, logistically and mathematically, what ability did 20,000 officers have to stop 300,000? They could not. You understand? Biden created a bomb. And it will not be truly analyzed for another 10 or 20 years, because if it's truly analyzed today, we would prosecute Biden. If we honestly be honest about what truly happened, we would prosecute Biden. Because what I said, because I work in healthcare, I work in logistics and project management. Children came across the border. Pregnant women came across the border. Families came across the border, and there was no doctors. There was no hospitals. There was no receiving facilities. Criminals came across the borders. There was no judges. There was no jails. There was no processing. So every pregnant woman who came across the border suffered. Every child who came across an unprepared Biden-Kamala Harris border suffered. It was criminally insane and dumb. And I always say Ellis Island. I always bring up Ellis Island when I talk about this, so that people understand that we know how to do it correctly. We know, and if you were we know how to do it correctly. Even if you were Latino, think about. If you were Latino, think about the fact that what my perspective, that this guy opened up the border and did not have a room prepared for you. So I used this analogy last time. I invite you guys, everybody, double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Everybody double tap, hit the like button. I invite you over my house. I invite you over my house. I hype it up. Hype me up. And I say, come over to my house. We having a barbecue. It's going to be great. And you've seen my home. You've seen on social media all the food, all the fun. And you just are excited. You can't believe it. Man, he's invited me over there. I've seen in social media the way they have these barbecues. And so I invite you over. I mean, my house maybe can hold 50 people. I invite 5,000. 50,000 show up. I'm not even there when you get there. I'm not even there when you get there. I finally show up late. 50,000 people outside of my house because the door is locked. My neighbors can't park. My neighbors' children are scared. I finally get there. I open the door. There's nowhere for everybody to go. I forgot about the party. There's no food. The fire's not going. There's no barbecue grill. And I say to everybody, y'all welcome to stay. I ain't got no food. I ain't got nowhere for you to sleep. I wasn't really prepared. What would you think of me if I invited you all to my home and you have seen in the past me throw fabulous parties, and when you show up to my home after I've invited you, I've made a public invitation. Not only did I invite you, but I went on public social media and said, hey, everybody, come on down, the greatest barbecue in town. And you show up to my house, I'm not even home. I show up late and there's no barbecue. And I don't have anything. What would you think of me? That's the question. What would you think of me? That's what Biden and Kamala did. Open the doors to their home, invited people over, invited guests over, and had nothing prepared. They weren't even home when guests arrived. No one has ever broken down the logistics of what we're talking about. Imagine 300 people getting to America after going through a Venezuelan jungle, South America, Mexico, and you finally get to America. And you're in Texas, and it's hot, and it's a desert. And you remember the reason you made this trip is because the president of America said, come to America for a better life. And you get here, and there's a border patrol officer who most of them are Latino looking at you like you a piece of shit, hands you a bottle of water and walks away. Imagine how they had to feel. As they crossed into America, they made their dream come true, and there's no one there. There's no one there. No one to pick them up, no one to receive them. There's no President Biden. There's nothing. America, the greatest country in the world, richest country in the world. They told us to come here. We've been watching on the news. They got caravans. Do you guys remember in the Biden 20? Let's go back in time to 2023, where we were terrified when we watched the news and we saw caravans of hundreds of thousands of people walking, and everybody, Democrat and Republican, watch CNN because they try to scare you. That's what Democrats do, fearmonger. And we were wondering, where the hell is these people going? As we watched the news, we said to ourselves, where the hell are these people going? Y'all forget why Trump won, how they helped Trump win, how they helped destroy the Democratic Party. Every day you were terrified. Not at a certain point you were like, okay, we want to help immigrants. But when you kept seeing people come and come and come, and then you realize the president is asleep and Kamala is incompetent, you start thinking about, if you're Democrat or Republican, what the hell are they going to do with these people? Where are they going to live? Where are they going to work? Why are they doing this? Even if you had an open heart in the beginning, as it began to get out of control, people began to wonder if Kamala and Biden could manage it. This is context for these damn discussions, these damn protests, these damn rallies. This is context for the actual truth. Billie Eilish talking about whatever the hell she talking about. Billie Eilish talking about stolen land. Stolen land. Y'all know it's Terrific Tuesday. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Y'all know it's Terrific Tuesday. What we gonna get into first, man? What we gonna get into for all the Clintons, the Clinton subpoena, the Clinton subpoena, the Clinton subpoena. What we gonna get into first? Let me see where this Nicki Minaj. We gonna go Nicki Minaj, Billie Eilish. Let's go Nicki Minaj, Billie Eilish, so we can finish this Billie Eilish and get into this ICE riots, get into these ICE riots and protests. Billie Eilish at the Grammys. Billie Eilish at the Grammys. Double tap, hit the like button. Terrific Tuesday on the Perfect Timing Podcast. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. Double tap, hit the like button. Perfect Timing Podcast back with the blast, in and out with a dash, with that Terrific Tuesday content. Hit the like button, man. Hit the like button, man. Get that algorithm going, everybody, man. Double tap, hit the like button. Like, share, subscribe. Did you hit the like button yet? Hit the like button, man. It's in the super chat, man. It's in the Cash App. $ Big D Rants. We having a good one today. Let's go.
Last night at the Grammy Awards, singer Billie Eilish, pretty famous person, had this to say.
No one is illegal on stolen land. And yeah, it's just really hard to know what to say and what to do right now. And I feel really hopeful in this room, and I feel like we just need to keep fighting and speaking up and protesting, and our voices really do matter, and the people matter. And I say sorry.
That sound dropout that you heard was Billie Eilish making a profane statement against ICE, by the way. Starts with an F, ends with a U.
We know
Very
what it is.
classy way to talk about the police, Billie. What does she mean by stolen land? Radical communists like Billie Eilish, who profits handsomely, I might add, from American capitalism, believe that America was stolen from the Native Americans, meaning that we have no right to enforce laws today, chiefly immigration laws. By the way, Billie Eilish lives in a $14 million mansion in Los Angeles on property that was once inhabited by the Tongva tribe. So far,
Ding, 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 ding. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Double tap at the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube. Expose Billie Eilish with that selective outrage. Let's go, baby.
Believe that America was stolen from the Native Americans, meaning that we have no right to enforce laws today, chiefly immigration laws. By the way, Billie Eilish lives in a $14 million mansion in Los Angeles on property that was once inhabited by the Tongva tribe. So far as we can tell, she hasn't taken any steps to return her mansion and surrounding property to its rightful owners, but we'll keep you posted. People like Billie Eilish are, of course, stupid, but what she says has influence, and what she means is that she doesn't believe the United States actually exists as a legal entity, as a nation. Oh, and you know something else? When Billie Eilish was in Ireland recently, she actually said this to her audience, cut 7.
Well, as you guys know, I'm Irish, so it's cool. I am not from here, obviously, but it's really cool to come somewhere and like everybody looks exactly like you.
Oh, really? A white American telling a foreign audience she likes to go places where everyone looks like her? Sounds kind of racist to me.
Put a one in the chat if you think Billie Eilish is right or Billie Eilish is wrong. Perfect Time Podcast. We are discussing Billie Eilish at the Grammys with the ICE hatred. Put a one in the chat if you think Billie Eilish is correct, or put a 2 in the chat if you think Billie Eilish is wrong. While you at it, hit the like button and go ahead and subscribe and join the channel.
Last night at the Grammy Awards, singer Billie Eilish, pretty famous person, had this to say.
No one is illegal on stolen land.
So last night at the Grammys, this is Billie Eilish, and she won Album of the Year. So this is the Grammys. You know they can cut her off. And there's a part of the speech that they cut off. So number one, she won the award of the night. She's the number one winner of the night. And this is what she chose to do with her speech. Everybody take a listen. We're watching Billie Eilish from the Grammys in her acceptance speech as Album of the Year, Song of the Year, Artist of the Year, the big baby of the night. And this is what she had to say.
Singer Billie Eilish, pretty famous person, had this to say.
No one is illegal on stolen land. And yeah, it's just really hard to know what to say and what to do right now. And I feel really...
Sing. That's what you should be doing right now. Stay the hell out of politics. Sing and dance with your Irish ass. I don't know what to do right now. Don't comment on the politics that you don't know nothing about. That's what you do right now. That's what you don't do. If you do.
Hopeful in this room, and I feel like we just need to keep fighting and speaking up and protesting, and our voices really do matter, and the people.
So I gotta be intelligent. Everybody in the chat, I don't know what I'm talking about. Define socialism. Do you hear this shit? Do you hear this shit? I just think we gotta keep fighting and keep fighting for what? Fighting who? Doing what? Do you hear this shit as she stares up in the sky, making this shit up out of her ass? Double tap at the like button. Number one podcast for geopolitical debate is the Perfect Time Podcast on YouTube. Welcome to the live stream. Welcome to the live stream.
Yeah, it's just really hard to know what to say and what to do right now. And I feel really hopeful in this room, and I feel like we just need to keep fighting and speaking up and protesting, and our voices really do matter, and the people matter. And sorry.
That sound dropout that you heard was Billie Eilish making a profane statement against ICE, by the way. Starts with an F, ends with a U. Very classy way to talk about the police, Billie. What does she mean by stolen land? Radical communists like Billie Eilish, who profits handsomely, I might add, from American capitalism, believe that America was stolen from the Native Americans, meaning that we have no right to enforce laws today, chiefly immigration laws. By the way, Billie Eilish lives in a $14 million mansion in Los Angeles on property that was once inhabited by the Tongva tribe. So far as we can tell, she hasn't taken any steps to return her mansion and surrounding property to its rightful owners, but we'll keep you posted. People like Billie Eilish are, of course, stupid, but what she says has influence. And what she means is that she doesn't believe the United States actually exists as a legal entity, as a nation. Oh, and
let's read the super chat. My brother said, this is from, she has to say that, bro. I don't like her at all, but she has to say that if she wants to stay in the club. There is a club. There is a club. Thank you for speaking up for us. Thank you guys both. $10 from Clip 6741 and another $10 from me, Dabbing 4514. And my brother said I sound like Samuel Jackson right now. That's right. They deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell. That's right. They deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell. Talking about that Grammy We talking about that Grammy hate. Perfect Timing Podcast, back with the blast. We talking about the Grammy hate. It's more hate. Grammy ice hate from multimillionaires. And I agree with you, brother. The brother says she has to say that to stay in the club. You know, so I get some of the greatest things in my chat, man. You know, my chat is, and I think Pam Bondi and the Trump administration listens to us and watch us, you guys. So if you wonder why we get so much hate, it's because that they listen to us and they watch us. My chat is the place where I learned about the FACE Act. We did the Don Lemon story, right? And in my room, and then they pushed me to do the Don Lemon story. I'm going to be honest. My chat room pushed me to do the Don Lemon story. We do a deep dive into the Don Lemon story, and then my channel educates me. My chat room educates me on the FACE Act. We go to, a lot of people get upset when I go to AI, but that day we went to AI and we looked up the FACE Act. It came out in the 90s, and it specifically says, and it speaks to the fact that we have a constitutional right to freedom of religion. And I've used this analogy many a time. You can go worship any religion. It would make sense that we would protect your right while you're in a sanctuary to worship that God. And then so my channel, W Chat, educates me on the FACE Act. We find Don Lemon, and then Chris Cuomo said, is it forced? Then yesterday, we play a video where Don Lemon put his hand on the pastor. Don Lemon put his hand on we saw Don Lemon put his hand on the pastor and say, wait, let me ask you one more question. That's force. He had preconceived notion, and he forced that pastor to do a damn interview. I got the best chat. So when my brother said she has to say that to be in the club, she has to say that to be in the club, man, makes you start thinking about baby oil, don't it? 1,000 bottles of baby oil on the wall, 1,000 bottles of baby oil. How do you store 1,000 bottles, even if it's in boxes, ladies and gentlemen? I don't have enough room to store 1,000. We got to talk about the size of the bottles of baby oil. You know, baby oil come in some pretty big damn bottles. You know what I'm saying? You got that big bottle, then you got the little baby bottle that can fit like on a keychain. I think they got keychain baby oil. Not anymore. Imagine the freaky boy. You a very freaky boy who has the baby oil keychain. There was once upon a time you would have been a greasy, bald-head, 1990s cool brother, a cute brother with the baby oil keychain, making oily on your head. You know what I'm saying? No more baby oil. If you was a 90s baby, a Diddy freak boy, you might know about the baby oil keychain, but they were regular size, but all the way up to the big daddy size of baby oil. How do you house 1,000 bottles? And what type of baby oil? I've asked many a time. So it's a multi-millionaire. Is it a special baby oil? Is it the baby oil we would buy? Is it scented? Is it lavender? Is it jasmine? Is it aromatized aromatherapy? I'm just asking. That's all we wanted to know. And we talking about right now, Billie Eilish and that good Grammy stars protest ICE backlash over hypocrisy claims. And I just showed the hypocrisy, 14 million. But let's get into it. At the 2026 Grammy Awards, Billie Eilish, Bad Bunny, Justin Bieber, Halle Berry, and Joni Mitchell wore ICE out pins and spoke against ICE. Tying into criticism of President Trump's immigration policies, Eilish added a profane slur against ICE, who are federal officers. Maybe we should bring her up on charges or bring her to Capitol Hill to testify, because she may not understand that these are federal officers. This terminology of ICE, I think it was cute in the beginning, right? I like ICE agents and everything because, you know, you got FBI, you got ATF, and it enforces fear in the criminals. ICE, ICE, right? It's an acronym. But people are mistaking the acronym. When you hear ATF, you don't think something that is not a federal officer. You think get the hell out the way when you hear ATF, when you hear FBI. The same should be true with ICE. ICE is an acronym. ICE is an acronym. Double tap hit the like button, the best podcast on YouTube. Eilish added a profane slur against federal officers and urged continue fighting. Now, is that also something that Pam Bondi may need to bring her up on charges? Pam Bondi, you may need to investigate. Pam Bondi, you may need to investigate, because the way I see it, I don't see these individuals as simply like that black female sheriff in Philadelphia said, I don't call them police. I call them the fake police. Remember when she said that? They ain't police. They ain't police. They federal officers with your big mammy ass. They federal officers with your big mammy ass. I don't call them police. I call them the fake police. They ain't police. Federal officers, different than you. Empowered by the, and I broke this down on my channel many a times about federal law versus local law. And I thank the Homeland Security for giving out that good game and saying nobody locally, nobody state, no state, local, municipality will be able to stop an ICE officer because they are federal officers, right? But nobody listened to when they said redefine them to understand these are same as ATF. They are same as FBI. They are ICE. It is an acronym. Do not get carried away when you hear celebrities. Now you have children saying the same slur about ICE, and they do not understand that this is part of a brand new department. Not brand new, but these are federal officers, and ICE is an acronym, right? Just like FBI and ATF. And this goes further, I think, to put these federal officers in danger. When you have someone who just won Grammy of the Year saying this about federal officers and urge continue fighting, ding, 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 what do you call that? I think that's seditious insurrection, and I think she needs to be having a talk with. Billie Eilish, we're going to have a talk with you. Billie Eilish, come to the front. Billie Eilish, come to the front of the class. We need to have a talk with your white ass. She continue fighting while Bad Bunny called immigrants not savages, not animals. Who said they were savages and animals? Bad Bunny called immigrants not savages, not animals. Who said they were savages and animals? I ain't heard Trump, Tom Nolan, Tom Homan, Christy Noam. No one ain't said that. All we said was, we ain't even saying we going after all the immigrants. We just saying we looking for the people who have the deportation orders, who are illegally receiving welfare, illegally receiving health care, you know what I'm saying? Who have been arrested and have been asked to self-deport. Last year we got 600,000 of those people. 80% of them were criminals. No one has said anything negative about anybody. Do you know Trump administration is paying? Do you know Trump administration is paying people to leave? Huh? Did y'all know about that? So just to clear it with Bad Bunny saying that people saying certain things about Bad Bunny, we've never said anything negative. And to bolster my argument, I just want to show some more proof. That's what we do here. That's what we do here, show some proof. Bad Bunny going to say, we never said this. Matter of fact, Trump has something called Project Homecoming. The Trump administration has an active initiative known as Project Homecoming that pays eligible document immigrants a stipend and covers travel costs to encourage them to leave the U.S. voluntarily. Incentives. The program currently offers a $2,600 exit bonus. The program currently offers a $2,600 exit bonus. Do you know anything about this? Huh? Bad Bunny. When Bad Bunny, Billie Eilish, you know what I'm saying? And Bad Bunny is not an American citizen, so I don't expect him to understand and know the truth and the reality of what's going on. But Billie Eilish should know before she makes these hypocrisy and make these claims that, and stand next to somebody like Bad Bunny who says something negative about your president and about the country that you are an American. Bad Bunny not an American, and Bad Bunny don't know what the fuck he talking about. There is a project. Donald Trump is I thought it was $3,000, but when I looked it up, it's $2,600. I thought it was $3,000. I thought it was $3,000. but come to find out it's $2,600, right? But it's still, wait, $2,600 on top. And we've showed on this channel the plane, the jet, and you get the jet ride back home with $3,000 a piece. So if it's a family of four, let's have a talk. Let's have a real talk this morning. If it's a family of four and all of you self-deport because you know you came here as a migrant worker, you were supposed to return, you never returned back. If it's a family of four, now you get a free flight back for your entire family of four and $3,000 a piece, man. Come on, man. This not what's being discussed. This is not, how much is that? That's $12,000 to start a new life. And 12,000 American dollars. You know what would be chicken shit if Donald Trump gave you the money in Uruguay dollars or Venezuelan dollars or in pesos or some shit like that. But because the American dollar is the strongest currency in the globe, you go back to wherever you came from with 12,000 American dollars, which might be almost like a fucking 100,000 to back where you are. Do you understand what the exchange rates? That might be like 100 fucking grand if you and your family self-deport. So I don't think nobody in America, definitely not the Trump administration, is looking at the immigrants like they're not humans or looking at them like they're not valuable. Why would we put them on a jet? Why would we give them $3,000? And when you hear about this, you don't get proper context of learning that who is having the birth rate issues. White people having the birth rate. Well, Latinos don't have a birth rate issue. So typically it's going to be a family, and it may be a large family. I'm just being modest by saying a family of four. A family of four is a mother, a father, and two kids. Most Latino families got more than two kids, and that's by the statistics. That's not me being funny or making a joke. I'm talking about birth rates in America and who's having the most kids. But let's just keep it modest with a family of four who decided to self-deport under Trump's project. What was the name of it again? Who decided to self-deport under Trump's project coming. That's $3,000 a piece. That's $12,000. The Department of Homeland Security states the program is cost-effective alternative to formal deportation, which is estimated to cost an average of $17,000 per person. So not only does this help the people going back to their country, but it saves the U.S. money. It saves the U.S. money. Now, once again, what we're saying is that Bad Bunny is insulting us. Billie Eilish is going along with Bad Bunny to insult us, but they don't know about the fact that we have this plan. We have a plan that will allow people who are here illegally to self-deport and then give them money. And the American dollar is worth way more there than it is here. These are things. Why don't they talk about it in that context? Why when CNN and MSNBC talk about Trump, why they don't say that 64 people died under Obama? Federal deportation. Just let them die. Obama deported more people and more people died. Not just Renee Good and Alex Pretti. No, Obama had over 60 people die. You don't ever hear about it. You don't hear anything from the Obama administration about how much deportation and how strong Obama was on the border. Why? Because he was stronger than Trump on the border.
No one is illegal on stolen land. And yeah, it's just really hard to know what to say and what to do right now. And I feel really hopeful in this room, and I feel like we just need to keep fighting and speaking up and protesting, and our voices really do matter, and the people matter. And I say sorry. Thank you. No one is illegal on stolen land.
So much to unpack this morning about this ignorant statement coming from Billie Eilish. I want to thank you to our brother. He unpacked it very well. You know what I'm saying? He unpacked it extremely well. This is more from the Grammys. My MAGA audience, double tap, y'all gonna love this. Y'all gonna love this. You can't make this stuff up. Y'all gonna love this. You can't make this stuff up right here. Like if you wonder what the status quo, because the Democrats should have questions for Democrats. Let me show you AOC's at the Met Gala. Let's show you your Wakanda queen.
I just want to say congratulations. This is a special one to first-time Grammy nominee who's in the house here, Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. That's right. She was nominated in the audiobook category. And with her being here, you know what that means. For the first time ever, if you lose a Grammy, you can appeal directly to the Supreme Court. Okay, I just want to say congratulations. This is a special one to...
If you're wondering why you don't have federal abortion, national abortion, if you're wondering why the Supreme Court allowed ICE agents to wear masks, if you're wondering why the Supreme Court allowed ICE raids and kick doors, you know what I'm saying? If you want to be upset at somebody for the Supreme Court allowing ICE to wear masks, ICE to kick doors, remember Trump won all of those. We won. Remember when we first went to LA, they tried to sue Trump and the Supreme Court said ICE can wear a mask. They said you can't do ICE raids. The Supreme Court said ICE can do ICE. Well, where is your leader now? Where is your Wakanda queen, your black Wakanda mama? She's at the Grammys. And I can't make this shit up. The Supreme Court justice who could not define what a woman is. Ketanji would not and refuse and could not, would not. Would you eat them on the bus? Would you eat them on the train? I will not define what a woman is, Sam I am. I cannot define what a woman is, Sam I am. I will not and cannot.
I just want to say congratulations. This is a special one to first-time Grammy nominee who's in the house here, Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. That's right. She was nominated in the audiobook category.
No, wait a minute. Don't she look like it make you think, what is it with the Democrats? What do the Democrats really desire? I ask, what, because when we see AOC in that dress at the Met Gala, when we see Jasmine Crockett with mink eyelashes and a 30-inch weave down to her big black ass, we have to wonder, do they really care about victims, politics, and policy? Or when you see them at the Grammys, when you see them at the Grammys, and you got to say to yourself, if you're a Democrat and you're a liberal, I don't like this guy yelling on the microphone, but I do have to ask, I don't agree with him, but I do have to ask, why is she at the Grammys instead of working on democratic liberal policies and keeping Trump from doing ICE raids, making the Trump ICE regime take off their masks? She doesn't look too concerned. Do you guys even know what I'm talking about? This is Ketanji, the Supreme Court, the black woman who could not define what a woman is. Now, why is this relevant? Because ICE and Trump has had major victories in this whole ICE riot rally thing. You know, they sued ICE can't wear masks. How many people know we won that in the Supreme Court? That's why ICE still wear masks. That means while she's partying at the Grammys, if you want to be upset at somebody, ask Ketanji Brown, why did you let ICE wear masks? Why did you let ICE wear a mask? Why did you let ICE do raids? You're wrong. You're upset at the wrong people. You're not questioning. Look at how happy she is. You have to ask yourself, is this what she wanted? Did she just want the celebrity? Did she just want the fame? Did she just want the applause? And what about abortion? What about ICE? What about me? What about
who's in the house here, Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. That's right. She was nominated in the audiobook category. And with her being here, you know what that means. For the first time ever, if you lose a Grammy, you can appeal directly to the Supreme Court. Okay. I just want to say congratulations. This is a special one to first-time Grammy nominee.
And she wasn't late. We got to beg Bill Clinton. Think about this shit. We got to beg Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton to show up. How many times, right? How many times we got to beg Bill Clinton to show up and Hillary Clinton to show up? But she showed up right on time for the Grammys. You know what I'm saying? She showed up right on time for the Grammys. There was no. She didn't have to get begged and special questions, and you can't ask about Epstein and my Versace shirt that me and Epstein wore together. You know what I'm saying? You can't ask about the birthday book that I gave to Jeffrey Epstein, but Ketanji came right to the Grammys. AOC came right to the Met Gala, but she could not define what a woman is. No, she couldn't define what a woman is. But she wanted to get her Grammy. She wanted to get her Grammy. Double tap at the like button, #1 podcast on YouTube. Thank you for getting here. You're welcome to the live stream. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by community guidelines. My name is Perfect of the Perfect Time Podcast. Ketanji Brown, Supreme Court Justice, unable to define what a woman is, but she wants a Grammy.
Provide a definition for the word woman.
Can I provide a definition?
Mm-hmm.
No,
Yeah,
I can't.
you can't.
Not in
Okay.
this context.
So you
I'm not a
believe the
biologist.
meaning of the word woman is so unclear and controversial that you can't give me a definition?
Senator, in my work as a judge, what I do is I address disputes. If there's a dispute about a definition, people make arguments, and I look at the
All right.
law and I decide. So I'm not.
The fact that you can't give me a straight answer about something as fundamental as what a woman is underscores the dangers of the kind of progressive education that we are hearing about.
Hey, thanks for watching. If you like this video, check out
Ketanji Brown at the Grammys while we got people poo-pooing on America and federal officers, and she is unable. I don't know how she got confirmed. This is her in her confirmation hearing, and somehow she still became Supreme Court. This is going back to like the Harvard president who was not qualified.
Word woman.
Can I provide a definition?
Mhm.
No,
Yeah.
I can't.
Can I provide a definition? No, I can't. And I'm not going to hit the laugh track. This is too serious. I'm not going to laugh. I'm not going to hit the laugh track. This is too serious. The question was, can you define a definition for the word woman in her confirmation hearing to become Supreme Court Justice, and you want to be upset at Trump for ICE raids and ICE wearing a mask? Are you wondering why ICE has on the mask, why we have ICE raids? And this is the person that you put to make their decision. You put this person there to make that decision for you, and you claim you are unhappy with that decision, but she could not even tell you what a woman is. So don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. Let's listen again from the beginning. This is not a hard question. And she says no, proudly, ignorantly. Proud ignorance. What do you call proud ignorance?
Woman.
Can I provide a definition?
Mhm.
No,
Yeah.
I can't.
You can't?
Not in
Okay.
this context.
So you
I'm not a
believe the meaning
biologist.
of the word woman is so unclear and controversial that you can't give me a definition?
Senator, in my work as a judge, what I do is I address disputes. If there's a dispute about a definition, people make arguments, and I look at the
All right.
law and I decide. So I'm not.
The fact that you
So wait, so
can't give
so
me
wait,
a
wait,
straight
wait, 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 wait,
answer.
wait. This goes back to Fannie Willis and sleeping with a married man and sleeping with and paying co-counsel. Why do black women keep trying to redefine ethics and character and what it is? You are responsible for judgment. You have to make judgments. We have to believe you have a sound mind and a logical thinking apparatus to make judgments, because you will decide whether or not ICE agents get to wear masks. Do you understand what I am trying to lay down this damn morning? You want to be mad at Trump. You did not trust her. You trusted her decision ability, right? And you're pissed at the Supreme Court for allowing ICE to wear a mask, but this is her decision ability. She did not have the proper decision, cognitive ability to be able to make the proper decision. Do you guys understand the argument? Fannie Willis slept with a married man, hired that married man, and paid him millions of damn dollars, not just a little bit of money. Can you define what a woman is? She proudly, ignorantly says no.
Word woman?
Can I provide a definition?
Mhm.
No.
Yeah.
Yes. Why do they do that? Why do you hear? She's on the damn microphone. This your confirmation here for a damn job. Can I provide? No. Why you gotta reiterate the question? Did y'all hear? I'm a replay for it. She said it very clearly. She read it out loud. She looked her dead in her damn eye. So I know she heard what the hell she said. Can I define what? You heard what the hell she said?
Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
Can I provide a definition? No.
Yeah.
Can I provide a definition? No. Sad. And at this time, you hear what it says? It says nominee. So this is what you voted for, Dems. Remember all the time you like to say about Trump and MAGA, we getting what we voted. We are happy about 600,000 deportations in 2025. Clap it up. Today is Terrific Tuesday. We are happy about the Trump tariffs. We are happy about the 1776 that got paid to the military from the Trump tariffs. We are happy about the 12 billion paid to farmers from the Trump tariffs. We are happy about the growing GDP 4% under Trump tariffs. The falling inflation 2.7 under the Trump tariffs. We got what we voted for. This is what you voted for, baby.
I can't.
You can't?
Not in
Okay.
this context.
So you
I'm not a
believe me?
biologist.
I'm not a biologist, so I can't define what you can't? I can't. And she got the job. And she got the job. See, it's not about, you just got to understand she got the job. So when she doesn't show and make the decision, because Trump didn't make the decision to allow ICE to continue wearing masks. He did. You voted for her. You wanted her. She said, yeah, let them wear. This is the Supreme Court you wanted. This is who you wanted on the Supreme Court. Remember, this is who you wanted on the Supreme Court.
The meaning of the word woman is so unclear and controversial that you can't give me a definition?
Senator, in my work as a judge, what I do is I address disputes. If there's a dispute about a definition, people make arguments, and I look at the law and I decide. So I'm not.
The fact that you can't give me a straight answer about something as fundamental as what a woman is underscores the dangers of the kind of progressive education that we.
The dangers of a progressive education. Oh, that was powerful. The dangers of a progressive education. Oh, that was powerful, 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 man. The dangers of a progressive education. Killed them. Killed them. And y'all still voted, man. And y'all still voted for her, man. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back. So she got the nomination. She got the nomination. And now, even though you are unhappy about ICE raids, ICE wearing masks, where is your king? You said no kings. I thought you guys said no kings. MAGA, didn't they say no kings? Didn't they say no kings, MAGA? Let's show them their Wakanda. Let's show them their Wakanda.
I just want to say congratulations. This is a special one to first-time Grammy nominee who's in the house.
Now remember, Trevor Noah is not born in America. Trevor Noah, Donald Trump had to check him about his insults. Trevor Noah may be on a boat back to wherever he came from with his TPS card ripped up in his back pocket.
House here, Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson.
There she go. There she go. So you guys seen her, huh? Tell me, have you seen her? Have you seen her? Tell me, have you seen her? There she go. She went from this. You guys elevated her, right? She went from this. Now, she didn't do nothing for you. Now, think about it. She didn't do nothing for you. I'm a cold dog, ain't I? I'm a cold. Look at her white husband. I'm a cold dog, ain't I? I'm a cold dog, ain't I? And don't forget, black women get to have white husbands. You know, Clarence Thomas, you have to hate him because he has a white wife like me. But black women get to have white husbands, and you get to celebrate her. So she went from not knowing what a woman is, and then you guys elevated her to the Supreme Court. And she says, I still wearing masks. I still doing raids. And where is your Wakanda queen? She at the Grammys. Look at her. She look happy. She don't look worried about immigration. She don't look concerned about immigration. Because just to be honest, man, y'all can be mad at me, hate me all you want. She don't look concerned with immigration, y'all. She don't look concerned with immigration in the least bit. She look happy. Oh yeah, I'm happy.
That's right. She was.
Look at her. She can't even close her mouth. She's so happy. She can't even close her mouth. She is so, you know, you ever had a smile? You ever had so much joy? You know, you had such a smile and so much joy, you can't even close, you can't help yourself from smiling. You can't even close your mouth. You're so happy. She is not worried about ICE and immigration and Donald Trump and Bad Bigley winning with the immigration. She doesn't care. She's having a good time, just like AOC at the you know, the where was she with the Tax the Rich dress? Remember Tax the Rich? These are your queens. Yes, your queens.
Was nominated in the audiobook category. And with her being here, you know what that means. For the first time ever, if you lose a Grammy, you can appeal directly to the Supreme Court. Okay. I just want to say congratulations. This is a special one.
This is what we are this morning. This is what we're starting with. We're starting with this. We starting with the Grammys. Y'all like that? I like it. Y'all like the Grammy start I gave? We starting with the Grammys, man. We starting with the Grammys. Here's Billie Eilish again. We starting with the Grammys, man. How y'all doing this morning? We starting with the Grammys. SZA defends Cher after she accidentally announced Luther Vandross. I don't care about that. This is my boy right here. He exposed the game. He exposed the game. He exposed the game. The hip hop
had this to say. Last night at the Grammy Awards, singer Billie Eilish, pretty famous person, had this to say.
No one is illegal on stolen land. And yeah, it's just really hard to know what to say and what to do right now. And I feel really hopeful in this room, and I feel like we just need to keep fighting and speaking up and protesting, and our voices really do matter, and the people matter. And I say sorry.
That sound dropout that you heard was Billie Eilish making a profane statement against ICE, by the way. Starts with an F, ends with a U. Very classy way to talk about the police, Billie. What does she mean by stolen land? Radical communists like Billie Eilish, who profits handsomely, I might add, from American capitalism, believe that America was stolen from the Native Americans, meaning that we have no right to enforce laws today, chiefly immigration laws. By the way, Billie Eilish lives in a $14 million mansion in Los Angeles on property that was once inhabited by the Tongva tribe. So far as we can tell, she hasn't taken any steps to return her mansion and surrounding property to its rightful owners, but we'll keep you posted. People like Billie Eilish are, of course, stupid, but what she says has influence. And what she means is that she doesn't believe the United States actually exists as a legal entity, as a nation. Oh, and you know something else? When Billie Eilish was in Ireland recently, she actually said this to her audience, cut 7.
Well, as you guys know, I'm Irish, so it's cool. I am not from here, obviously, but it's really cool to come somewhere and like everybody looks exactly like you.
Oh, really? A white American telling a foreign audience she likes to go places where everyone looks like her? Sounds kind of racist to me.
Put a one in the chat. Do you think Billie Eilish is biased? I don't want to use the R word. Do you think Billie Eilish is biased? Do you think Billie Eilish is intelligent? Put a one in the chat. Good job, brother. Good job, brother. Good job. Everybody is not a dum-dum. Everybody's not a dum-dum. We got any barbs in the building. Shout out to the barbs in the building. Everybody's not a dum-dum. Nicki Minaj is going to be doing an interview, and we got some clips from her interview. As you know, Nicki Minaj supported Trump on the Trump accounts. Nicki Minaj supported Trump on the Trump accounts. How many people know about the Trump accounts? We talked about it here. We talked about the Trump accounts, and we juxtaposed the Trump accounts to the 529 plans. Now, after I discussed the Trump accounts with you and the 529 plans, I talked with my wife because Trump said the Trump accounts may be attached to your employer, where some employers ice baby, too cold, it's like ice baby, just go back home. Ice baby, too cold, it's like ice baby, just go back home. So we juxtaposed the Trump accounts, and the Trump accounts will add $1,000 to brand new people born from 2025 to 2028, and it's a 401k investment account, a money marketing account for that will encourage financial literacy for low and middle income Americans. Double tap at the like button for President Trump, the greatest president of all time. Trump accounts will put $1,000. So what I said, what the stats say about the Trump accounts, that if you don't add anything to the Trump account, and you get this automatically, your child could have anywhere from $3,000 to $5,000 by the time they're 18. There is a max contribution of $5,000 a year, and then there is estimates say that if you put in the max every year for 18 years, your child could have anywhere from $300,000 to $500,000 in a Trump account. Now, a lot of people juxtapose this to 529 plans. 529 plans are similar government financial products that allow you to store away tax-free dollars, but for education purposes only. The difference with the Trump accounts is you get $1,000 seed money. You may get matching funds from your employer, and you can use the funds when you become 18 for more than just education. You can use them for retirement. You can use them to purchase a home. There are many different other reasons why you can withdraw the money. Trump accounts. Trump accounts. So what I said to my audience, those people who are financially in a position to have a Trump account, that if your employer offers one and you have the opportunity to purchase a 529, and hopefully some of you learned from me what a 529 plan is, I would advise, if you love your child, get them both a Trump account and a 529 plan. Get them both a Trump account and a 529 plan, right? Double tap at the like button. So let's get into this news about Nicki Minaj. So I just want to give a backdrop because the other day we showed Nicki Minaj, and Nicki Minaj has been going viral ever since it was Nicki Minaj and Mr. Wonderful who appeared with Trump to help him launch the Trump accounts. I don't know why people have such an issue with financial literacy for low-income and middle-income people. Why would you oppose a $1,000 federal government gift being paid for by tariffs on Terrific Tuesday? Well, how are you going to pay for it? Did you know about the $2,000 stimulus check? Who else gave you a $2,000 stimulus check? Trump during his first administration. And now Trump is floating Trump accounts for newborn children, for low-income, middle-class people to teach them financial literacy. Because the goal is, once the child becomes of age to work. Now, think about this. I know a lot of people haven't broken this down, but once you become of age, you can now take control of how much you donate. I started working at 14. So maybe you work and you start donating the $5,000 maximum yourself at age 14. So the next 4 years, you take over the donations from your parents because you got a job at McDonald's or Pizza Hut, and you start donating $200 a month to your Trump account. That adds up to be a couple thousand a year. And now you just bumped up your withholdings to when you graduate at 18 years old to maybe have $20,000, $30,000 to do it and you still got the 529 plan. And that's not counting what your mother and father may have contributed and what their employers may have matched. Trump accounts 529 plans. Trump accounts 529 plans. Look it up. Let's get into Nicki Minaj right here, you guys. Nicki Minaj, in preview clips of her interview on the Kate Miller podcast, the rapper explained how Trump repeated mistreatment became her turning point, right? I remember that. Echoing years of smears she faced herself. She traced her political interests back years, spotting campaign mistakes that convinced her to get involved. With a recent incident pushing her towards the new calling, Minaj has joined Trump events like the Treasury Trump Account Summit that I'm announcing right now, where she called herself his top fan, while the full episode airs tonight at 6 p.m. across major platforms. Let's get a couple clicks from Nicki Minaj, and we want to say thank you for supporting Trump. Thank you for supporting Trump account. And just to be clear, Nicki Minaj is donating Trump accounts to low-income children from her neighborhood. Nicki has dedicated like a couple $100,000. So check this out. The federal government is going to give each newborn baby from $25,000 to $28,000. Nicki Minaj, and this, hopefully it becomes a trend where other celebrities like Nicki Minaj, right, donate on top of what they have received, right? And they are the ones also assisting with this. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. Double tap, hit the like button. How's everybody doing in the morning? How's everybody doing this morning? Man, we having a great day, a great podcast. We about to get into this. Nicki Minaj, man. Man, love you guys so much good business being done right now. Nicki, we love you. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's get into it. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe. When you subscribe, you're going to get a plus sign. When you hit the plus sign, that allows you to become a member. Shout out to my guy who joined. We had somebody become a member today and donate to the channel. Today has been a fire broadcast, man. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Today has been a fire broadcast. People been donating. People been joining the channel. I love all you guys. I want to promote unity. Remember to watch the community guidelines in the chat, right? Remember to watch the community guidelines. Thank you for arriving at the live stream. Thank you for arriving at the live stream. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by community guidelines. Thank you so much to everybody watching. Let's get into Nicki Minaj and clips from her upcoming interview. And again, thank you, Nicki Minaj, for supporting MAGA and Trump.
You've been recently very vocal about politics and social issues. Was there a specific moment that flipped the switch for you? Was it Gavin Newsom? Was it Nigeria? What made you wake up, so to speak?
You know what, Katie? I think that people's steps are aligned. I used to always tell people this when I was growing up, but like I had this strong premonition my whole life that I had a second job to do. Like, and this was, by the way, this was before I even made it in rap. Something inside of me just told me I would have another thing to do. And so actually, the first time I said it out loud or texted it was during the last campaign, the presidential campaign, this last one. I saw something and I texted someone I knew right away. And I said, this is a mistake. And I also said, all of this is making me want to get into politics. So the last thing that really did it was me seeing certain things, the campaign, this recent campaign, presidential campaign, and knowing that I could help because the things that I was saying, it was happening. Like I was saying, oh, this is a bad idea, or this is a good idea, or and the things I was saying were coming to fruition. And so it made me think, oh, this is easy. I mean, if it's this easy, then maybe I should do it. And then there was something that happened a few months ago that if I wasn't going to do it before, something happened a couple months ago.
What happened?
I don't want to talk about it, but I'll say that sometimes people can push you so much that they push you all the way into your next calling, into your next blessing, into your next life.
Amen.
And that's what happened with me.
I feel like that's what's happening with me, man. Double tap hit the like button. Sometimes people could hate you so much. Think about the hate that we receive on. They could hate you so much and they could try so hard to hurt you that they end up helping you. They could try so hard to hurt you that they end up helping you. You know what I'm saying? That's what they actually end up doing. Let's listen to Nicki Minaj one more time, man. And I think thank you, Nicki, for blessing the channel. Thank you, Nicki. Somebody in the chat said thank you for posting this. I want to say thank you to Nicki Minaj for blessing the channel with the good spirit, because I needed a good spirit and a good word right now. Didn't you guys need a? Let's take a look and listen again. Nicki Minaj, brand new interview. Everybody watch this, coming out tonight, 6 p.m. Everybody watch this. Nicki Minaj talking about, and I believe this is the interview where she exposes Jay-Z for going after her for the last 10 years in Jay-Z relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Nicki Minaj, Jay-Z, Epstein, Purpose of a Podcast. Hit the subscribe. #1 podcast. Let's go, baby.
You've been recently very vocal about politics and social issues. Was there a specific moment that flipped the switch for you? Was it Gavin Newsom? Was it Nigeria? What made you wake up, so to speak?
You know what, Katie? I think that people's steps are aligned. I used to always tell people this when I was growing up, but like I had this strong premonition my whole life that I had a second job to do. Like, and this was, by the way, this was before I even made it in rap. Something inside of me just told me I would have another thing to do. And so actually, the first time I said it out loud or texted it was during the last campaign, the presidential campaign, this last one. I saw something and I texted someone I knew right away. And I said, this is a mistake. And I also said, all of this is making me want to get into politics. So the last thing that really did it was me seeing certain things, the campaign, this recent campaign, presidential campaign, and knowing that I could help because the things that I was saying, it was happening. Like I was saying, oh, this is a bad idea, or this is a good idea, or just, and the things I was saying were coming to fruition. And so it made me think, oh, this is easy. I mean, if it's this easy, then maybe I should do it. And then there was something that happened a few months ago that if I wasn't going to do it before, something happened a couple months ago.
What happened?
I don't want to talk about it, but I'll say that sometimes people can push you so much that they push you all the way into your next calling, into your next blessing, into your next life. And that's what happened with me.
Amen. Double tap at the like button. Pushed her into her next call. And I see that happening to me, Nicki. This is a powerful moment today. Not only in our podcast.
Recently very vocal about politics and social issues. Was there a specific?
It's a powerful moment. It's a powerful moment for Nicki, for MAGA. That's so dope, man. It's so dope, man. And it's not just, I said it's a powerful time right now. 2026 February, in the beginning of February, it's a powerful time right now. You guys, if you understand what Nicki Minaj is saying, do you guys understand that you possess the power and ability to make your life great again? I know a lot of you are upset, disappointed, because I'm looking at the protest. I see the purple hair. I know the purple hair doesn't signify happiness. We all know the purple hair does not signify happiness, right? We know the purple hair doesn't signify happiness, but what we talking about this morning is your ability, just like Trump says, make America great again, the ability for you and the power that you have with your own blessing to make your life great again. And now here it is. Here it is from somebody that you may not know, but you understand as a celebrity, saying to you everyday tools that you can put forth in your life and understand. Same thing with Make America Great Again. You know how you make America great again? You focus on you, your God, your mission, and you get that job done, and you focus on making yourself great again. And you know what? You are not apologetic about being selfish about you and focusing on you, whether that's reading more. You understand what I'm saying? Eating the right foods, exercising daily, maybe listening to classical music, maybe going to church again on Sunday, doing things to make yourself better, recognizing where, take an assessment of yourself in your life of where you can improve yourself, make yourself greater again in an effort to make America great again. Nicki Minaj, more clips from an upcoming interview tonight at 6 p.m. Everybody should watch it. Nicki Minaj, let's get into it.
Issue specifically, like, drew you in the most? Is it immigration? Is it the economic policy? Is it religious freedoms? What specifically, answers that calling that you talk about?
Definitely, religious freedom is something that's very important to me. But if I'm being honest, President Trump. Yes, because when I saw how he was being treated over and over and over, I just couldn't handle it. Because I felt that same, a lot of that bullying and the smear campaigns and all of the lying, I felt that had been done to me for so many years. And I was watching it in real time happen to someone else. And I didn't think he deserved it. And it made me think, I can't do this anymore.
What issue specifically?
Y'all heard that? Y'all heard that? Let's go to some other issues. Let's go. I know it was something else. Nicki Minaj was really supporting Trump on. This is one of those issues right here. Let's get into it, family. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's get into it, family. How's everybody doing out there in TV land, man? Double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like button. I need to see them likes go up, man. Like, share, and subscribe. We don't have enough likes right now. Big favor. I'm going to ask everybody watching, if you've been entertained, if this is the first time you heard about Nicki Minaj being a conservative, her conservative and spiritual views, I'm going to ask you to do a big favor for me right now. Hit the like button. If it's your first time here, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. If you're watching me on the cell phone, the way you like the video is you double tap the cell phone, right? If you're watching me on a laptop, you can thumb up the laptop, and that's how you like the video. Thank you to everybody watching right now. We're going into another big reason why Nicki Minaj is supporting Donald Trump, and that is this nothing burger issue of voter ID. And I think we're going to get voter ID done. I think we're about to get voter ID done. What y'all think? I think we're going to get voter ID done. Let's take a listen. Breaking in a stunning blow, Democrats, 76% of Black Americans want nationwide voter ID. In other words, the Save America Act. Do y'all know what the Save America Act is? Before I go into the video, let me give some background about the Save America Act. Introduced January 3rd. Quick background and status. Introduced January 3rd, 2025 by Rep. Chip Roy, representative of Texas. This bad boy amends the National Voter Registration Act of 1993 to slam the door on non-citizen voting in federal elections. Trump's been pushing it hard, even via EO in March 2025. Musk blasting on X to pressure Senate holdouts, and it's got that MAGA energy. Status as of February 3rd, 2026. Passed the House on April 10th, 2025. 220 votes Republican to 208 Democratic votes who voted no. Straight party line there. Everybody voted along party lines. Then shipped to the Senate where it's chilling. No votes, yes. Filibuster vibe. No votes in the Senate as of yet. Filibuster vibes blocking it. Needs 60 votes. GOP only at 53 to 47. Fresh bills like the Save America Day, if passed, boom, immediate. Apply to all registrations post-enactment. Did y'all know that? This would apply to all registrations post-enactment. Key provisions, the meat of the act. Section 1, short title. Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, or SAVE Act, simple, punchy. Section 2, core requirements. States must reject any federal voter registration without documentary proof of U.S. citizenship, e.g. real ID. For example, a real ID showing citizenship, a passport, military ID. Shout out to our service members with birth record, birth certificate, and photo ID, naturalization papers, etc. No proof, no registration applies to DMV registrations, mail forms, and agencies. False claims get you in hot water. Penalties, criminal, or deportation. Section 3, Election Assistant Commission drops implementation rules within 10 days of passage. A quick flex. So as soon as it passed, it's going to go immediately into order. Skips bureaucracy and red tape. Homeland Security alerts states when someone naturalizes so they can update roles. Doesn't mess with provisionals if citizenship gets verified later. Keep existing state laws intact where they don't conflict. States build programs to hunt and remove non-citizens using DHS SAVE system. That's basically what's going on in Minnesota. That the Tom Homan and Homeland Security have come there. And remember what Keith Ellison said? This is about them wanting this data. Remember, Keith Ellison said it's in the document, Keith Ellison. It's in the document in the legislation. States will build programs to help. That way we don't have these protests. Keith Ellison, Tim Walsh, double tap hit the like button. That's why we don't have these protests and walks out of school and all this fraud. Keith Ellison. Do y'all even know who Keith Ellison is? Tim Walsh, Jacob Fry. States build programs to hunt and remove non-citizens using DHS SAVE system, SSA data, etc. Feds provide free 24-hour citizen checks, provide lawsuits, private lawsuits, allow against slacking officials, penalties upped for helping non-citizens. This is directly related to Minnesota. Let's go, MAGA. Register/vote up to 5 years in prison. States can create alt processes for folks without standard docs. Earlier today, as I started my podcast, I asked, why did Biden let all these people in? 300,000 a day at the height. People kept saying they let them in because they wanted votes. They let them in because they wanted votes. Now you understand what Trump is about. We about policy. Policy. You know, the Republicans could be in the streets protesting about the 20 million people that came here. The Republicans could be burning up Teslas, breaking bricks, and doing all this shit, dyeing their hair purple. But that wouldn't get shit done, would it? That wouldn't get these goddamn motherfuckers back to their country, did they? Ice, ice, baby. Too cold, too cold. It's like ice, ice, baby. Just go back home. That wouldn't do shit, would it? The only thing that's going to fix the problem, make America great again, is policy, policy, policy. I wish the Democrats understood that. As you listen to Billie Eilish tell you to go to the street, you should ask Billie Eilish, well, Billie Eilish, will that give us federal minimum wage, $20? Billie Eilish, will that give us federal abortion? Billie Eilish, Billie Eilish. This is voter ID. Voter ID.
Take a look here. Favorite photo ID to vote. 85% of white people favor it. 82% of Latino. 76% of Black Americans favor it. So the bottom line is this. Voter ID is not controversial in this country. A photo.
Say it again. Say it again. This is why another reason why Nicki Minaj is supporting Donald Trump. And I think it's a great reason, right? Listen, it's a nothing burger. They've been lying to you because, see, they don't have policy. Hakeem Jeffries, Jasmine Crockett, they had come out against this. And what you should ask them is, okay, Hakeem, okay, Jasmine, what policy do you have? What legislation do you have to solve the problems of America besides anti-legislation? Let's go. Voter ID. The real facts on the ground, how American people feel about it. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Take a look here. Favorite photo ID to vote. 85% of white people favor it. 82% of Latino. 76% of Black Americans favor it. So the bottom line is this. Voter ID is not controversial in this country. A photo ID to vote is not controversial in this country. It is not controversial by party, and it is not controversial by race. The vast majority of Americans agree with Nicki Minaj that, in fact, you should have a photo ID to be able to vote.
So something of a non.
The vast amount of
photo ID to vote. 85% of.
Did you hear what he said? The vast amount of Americans agree with Nicki Minaj. Huh? The vast amount of Americans agree with Nicki Minaj. Yes, they do. All across the board. All across the board. All across the board. All across the board. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's watch that one more time.
White people favor it. 82% of Latino. 76% of Black Americans favor it. So the bottom line is this. Voter ID is not controversial in this country. A photo ID to vote is not controversial in this country. It is not controversial by party, and it is not controversial by race. The vast majority of Americans agree with Nicki Minaj that, in fact, you should have a photo ID to be able to vote.
So something of a non.
Take a look here. Favorite photo ID to vote. 85% of white people favor it. 82% of Latino. 76% of Black Americans favor it. So the bottom line is this. Voter ID is not controversial in this country. A photo ID to vote is not controversial in this country. It is not controversial by party, and it is not controversial by race.
Do you agree with Nicki Minaj? Do you agree with most Americans that you need to have a photo ID to vote? Double tap at the like button. Nicki Minaj now in the political. Kim Kardashian did it. Let's hear from Nicki Minaj. Brand new interview tonight at 6 p.m.
What issue specifically, drew you in the most? Is it immigration? Is it the economic policy? Is it religious freedoms? What specifically, answers that calling that you talk about?
Definitely, religious freedom is something that's very important to me. But if I'm being honest, President Trump. Yes, because when I saw how he was being treated over and over and over, I just couldn't handle it. Because I felt that same, a lot of that bullying and the smear campaigns and all of the lying, I felt that had been done to me for so many years. And I was watching it in real time happen to someone else. And I didn't think he deserved it. And it made me think, I can't do this anymore.
What issue specifically, drew you in the most? Is it immigration? Is it the economic policy? Is it religious freedoms? What specifically, answers that calling that you talk about?
Definitely, religious freedom is something that's very important to me. But if I'm being honest, President Trump. Yes.
President Trump.
Because when I saw how he was being treated over and over and over, I just couldn't handle it. Because I felt that same, a lot of that bullying and the smear campaigns and all of the lying, I felt that had been done to me for so many years. And I was watching it in real time happen to someone else. And I didn't think he deserved it. And it made me think, I can't do this anymore.
What issue specifically?
Man. Shout out to Nicki Minaj, man. How many people gonna watch and support the interview tonight at 6 p.m., man? Shout out to Nicki Minaj, man. We going in, double tap at the like button. How you feel about voter ID? Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with voter ID. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with voter ID. We going in, double tap at the like button. Purchase my podcast, man. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with voter ID. It's called the SAVE Act. Remember what you learned here. I don't be playing. I taught you about enrollment-based funding, preferred seating. We went over the SAVE Act, and we're going to go over the Project Vault, $12 billion Project Vault. I'm going to correlate that to Davos and the CEO of BlackRock and global tokenization. When we talk about global tokenization, I hope you guys go do your research when we talk about these topics. Please go understand when we talk about the brand new data center. Was it Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, $100 billion data center? Somebody in the chat, I know there's a lot of smart people in the chat. What's that data center investment? Brand new data center investment. So when we talk about the Project Vault and the $1 billion acquisition of minerals around the world, it has to be related to the global blockchain and people's lack of understanding of cryptocurrency and what it takes, how much computing power it will take to power. And even at Davos, he said, you know, I understand the difficulties of one blockchain. People may not want one blockchain. Even now, it takes a lot of computing to do the blockchain as it stands now with crypto. Imagine if we only had one tokenized global crypto digital currency in one blockchain. We have to get these minerals, right? Whoever's in control of the minerals will control the blockchain. I have to go on a tangent, the blockchain tangent. I have to, because we're going to get to Project Vault, and I need to preface and prime my audience of why these minerals, why these Greenland and Venezuela fights are important. It's about the fight for the next generation, Web 3.0. It's about blockchain, tokenization of the globe. And I know a lot of baby boomers watch me. This is the thing. I know a lot of baby boomers watch me. I know my audience skews older. So I know, but think about it. Everything changes, right? So I know a lot of you are watching me like, okay, here he goes again with this stuff. But everything is changing. We're moving toward digital currency. We already have BRICS. A lot of major nations that we trade with already have moved to digital currencies. When you hear the CEO of BlackRock at Davos, the World Economic Forum, sitting next to Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, and the number one discussion that he wants to have with the richest man in the world is, bro, he says, we have to focus on global tokenization. I'm sitting at home like, whoa, holy moly, guacamole, Batman. Did America hear what he said? We need to focus on globalization of tokenization. And so my understanding of the blockchain, I'm saying, this is why Trump is going after Greenland, Iceland. This is why Trump is going after Venezuela. This is why these minerals are important. If you understand the quantum computers, the semiconductor chips, what is needed to build the computers and the computing power needed to power Web 3.0 and global tokenization, then you understand why it's important that we get these minerals. And idiots like Billie Eilish who talk about stolen land should shut the fuck up. Before we be kissing China's ass in the future, your kids, Billie Eilish, will be kissing China's ass because you talk this stupid shit and you didn't understand about how you power a global blockchain. You don't understand that it's technology. You think it's fucking Bitcoin. I'm not talking about Bitcoin. I'm talking about the technology behind digital currency. Fuck. Nicki Minaj, let's go, everybody.
You've been recently very vocal about politics and social issues. Was there a specific moment that flipped the switch for you? Was it Gavin Newsom? Was it Nigeria? What made you wake up, so to speak?
You know what, Katie? I think that people's steps are aligned. I used to always tell people this when I was growing up, but like I had this strong premonition my whole life that I had a second job to do. Like, and this was, by the way, this was before I even made it in rap. Something inside of me just told me I would have another thing to do. And so actually, the first time I said it out loud or texted it was during the last campaign, the presidential campaign, this last one. I saw something and I texted someone I knew right away. And I said, this is a mistake. And I also said all of this is making me want to get into politics. So the last thing that really did it was me seeing certain things, the campaign, this recent campaign, presidential campaign, and knowing that I could help because the things that I was saying, it was happening. Like I was saying, oh, this is a bad idea, or this is a good idea, or and the things I was saying were coming to fruition. And so it made me think, oh, this is easy. I mean, if it's this easy, then maybe I should do it. And then there was something that happened a few months ago that if I wasn't going to do it before, something happened a couple months ago.
What happened?
I don't want to talk about it, but I'll say that sometimes people can push you so much that they push you all the way into your next calling, into your next blessing, into your next life. And that's what happened with me.
That's what's happening with us. That is what's happening with us, baby boy. That is what's happening with us, y'all. And we are having a good time. Double tap. Y'all think so?
You've been recently very vocal about politics and social issues. Was there a specific moment that flipped the switch for you? Was it Gavin Newsom? Was it Nigeria? What made you wake up, so to speak?
You know what, Katie? I think that people's steps are aligned. I used to always tell people this when I was growing up, but like I had this strong premonition my whole life that I had a second job to do. Like, and this was, by the way, this was before I even made it in rap. Something inside of me just told me I would have another thing to do. And so actually, the first time I said it out loud or texted it was during the last campaign, the presidential campaign, this last one. I saw something and I texted someone I knew right away. And I said, this is a mistake. And I also said, all of this is making me want to get into politics. So the last thing that really did it was me seeing certain things, the campaign, this recent campaign, presidential campaign, and knowing that I could help because the things that I was saying, it was happening. Like I was saying, oh, this is a bad idea, or this is a good idea, or and the things I was saying were coming to fruition. And so it made me think, oh, this is easy. I mean, if it's this easy, then maybe I should do it. And then there was something that happened a few months ago that if I wasn't going to do it before, something happened a couple months ago.
What happened?
I don't want to talk about it, but I'll say that sometimes people can push you so much that they push you all the way into your next calling, into your next blessing, into your next life. And that's what happened with me.
How many people agree with Nicki Minaj that put a one in the chat if you are happy with Nicki Minaj entering into politics, MAGA politics specifically. Put a one in the chat if you agree with Nicki Minaj entering into politics, MAGA politics particularly. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. I want to hear from you in the
Economic
chat.
policy.
I want to hear from you in the chat. Double tap, hit the like button. Podcast interview with Kate Miller tonight premieres at 6 p.m. Premieres at 6 p.m. Everybody watch. Everybody watch. Let me see what else. If we got any more different clips.
Drew you in the most.
Did we check this one out? Double tap, hit the like button. Do you agree with Nicki Minaj entering into politics? Now, keep in context that we have Kim Kardashian becoming a lawyer and doing the same thing.
Drew you in the most.
And remember, Kim Kardashian also did that under the Trump administration. Remember Kim Kardashian picture with Donald Trump.
What issue specifically, like, drew you in the most? Is it immigration? Is it the economic policy? Is it religious freedoms?
Oh,
What specifically, answers that calling that you talk about?
Definitely, religious freedom is something that's very important to me. But if I'm being honest, President Trump. Yes, because when I saw how he was being treated over and over and over, I just couldn't handle it. Like, because I felt that same, a lot of that bullying and the smear campaigns and all of the lying, I felt that had been done to me for so many years. And I was watching it in real time happen to someone else.
Right.
And I didn't think he deserved it. And it made me think, I can't do this anymore.
What issues specifically?
Shout out to Nicki Minaj, man. 1 in the chat if you agree with Nicki Minaj's foray into politics. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with Nicki Minaj coming into politics, specifically conservative politics.
Very vocal about politics and social issues. Was there a specific moment that flipped the switch for you? Was it Gavin Newsom? Was it Nigeria? What made you wake up, so to speak?
You know what, Katie? I think that people's steps are aligned. I used to always tell people this when I was growing up, but I had this strong premonition my whole life that I had a second job to do. And this was, by the way, this was before I even made it in rap. Something inside of me just told me I would have another thing to do. And so actually, the first time I said it out loud or texted it was during the last campaign, the presidential campaign, this last one. I saw something and I texted someone I knew right away. And I said, this is a mistake. And I also said, all of this is making me want to get into politics. So the last thing that really did it was me seeing certain things, the campaign, this recent campaign, presidential campaign, and knowing that I could help because the things that I was saying, it was happening. Like I was saying, oh, this is a bad idea, or this is a good idea, and the things I was saying were coming to fruition. And so it made me think, oh, this is easy. I mean, if it's this easy, then maybe I should do it. And then there was something that happened a few months ago that if I wasn't going to do it before, something happened a couple months ago.
What happened?
I don't want to talk about it, but I'll say that sometimes people can push you so much that they push you all the way into your next.
How many people agree with that? How many people agree with that? Double tap at the like button. One of the major policies Nicki Minaj agreed with was the voter ID.
Take a look here. Favorite photo ID to vote. 85% of white people favor it. 82% of Latino. 76% of Black Americans favor it. So the bottom line is this. Voter ID is not controversial in this country. A photo ID to vote is not controversial in this country. It is not controversial by party, and it is not controversial by race. The vast majority of Americans agree with Nicki Minaj that, in fact, you should have a photo ID to be able to vote.
So something of a non.
Take a look here.
Most Americans agree with Nicki Minaj that you need a voter ID to vote. Put a 1 in the chat. Do you agree with Nicki Minaj that you should have a voter ID to vote? Now remember, California, 80 to 90% mail in. Everybody in California gets a mail ballot. That would stop California. And I just read to you the SAVE Act. Within 10 days of this legislation passing, California would have to shut down its mail-in ballot process. Listen. Double tap at the like button. I'm going to ask a big favor right now. Everybody watching, if you're learning, if you're benefiting, if it's your first time here, I'm going to ask you right now, hit the like button. Thank you so much.
Favorite photo ID to vote. 85% of white people favor it. 82% of Latino. 76% of Black Americans favor it. So the bottom line is this. Voter ID is not controversial in this country. A photo ID to vote is not controversial in this country. It is not controversial by party, and it is not controversial by race. The vast majority of Americans agree with Nicki Minaj that, in fact, you should have a photo ID to be able to vote.
So something of a non.
Take a look here. Favorite photo.
That's the bottom line, ladies and gentlemen. Bottom line, on the grind, perfect timing, all the time, teeing up the video, out of control students, ICE violence, ice, baby. Too cold, it's like ice, baby. Just go back home. ICE violence erupts during school walkout on Friday when they frauded the American people and took money away from the American people. And then guess what happened? So let's tee up the video. What are we watching? Perfect Time a podcast with the Black. What are we watching? Perfect. What we are watching is the results of ICE out protests at schools. These are children. This is an American citizen with a MAGA hat who happened to be driving by a child's ICE protest, and the children pulled him out of the car and beat him up for having a red MAGA hat. You may be asking me, Perfect Time Podcast, what are we watching? ICE out protests by children who should have been in school for so many reasons. They should have been in school because we paid for them to be in school. You know, like the Leering Center, who gets paid, you know, for attendance. These children, we actually paid tax dollars for school to be in attendance on Friday, but liberal teachers let them out and violence ensued. Let's take a look. Blocking traffic in the street. Where's the authority? Blocking traffic. Look, pouring water. And I know you didn't know. I know because yesterday we had this talk. I know a lot of people did not know what was happening. I'm the first person to break the news about these ICE out protests that happen in schools all over America. You heard about the protests, right? But did you know they let out elementary school kids? They let out middle school kids, high school kids, and people, innocent Americans driving by. He had a red MAGA hat, against accosted and attacked by children who believe that Democrat. Now, when we talked about earlier, people talking about being cool, Democrat cool, Republican bad. We are watching ICE out protests. The result of ICE out protests, someone driving by with a red hat gets attacked by children. No police. No school security. I showed video yesterday. Nobody from the school was there to protect this guy. Nobody. Where's the school superintendent? Anything. Then they go in the street. He was driving by. Innocent. You hear it? I'm gonna ask everybody watching right now, do me a big favor, hit the like button. This may be the first time you heard about this. Do me a favor, hit the like button. If you're first time here, first time hearing about this, hit the like button. We're gonna have a discussion about ICE riots, ICE out protests on Friday where children were involved and it became violent.
Fucking bitch! Fucking kill yourself! You fucking fuck!
Not only for his safety, but for the children's safety. Where are any authorities that belong to the school or anything like that? This is another angle of the event. This is another angle. This is what is going on in sanctuary democratic liberal cities. This is the result of sanctuary policies in democratic liberal cities. Violence. Nobody. It's just like this is another view. It's just like opening up the government, opening up our country, and nobody being there. Everyday gentlemen attacked by a mob of children. This guy going to work in his truck, pay taxes, vote. These children don't vote, don't know, have any intellect, don't have the proper context. Why are children interjected into political things when they haven't even had the proper education to be able to make the proper intelligent decision based on politics? The way you learn about politics and what should frame your politics, number one, I would always say your socioeconomic background, you know what I'm saying, your religion, things like that frame your politics. But beyond that, your education. That's why a lot of people push a college education, right? So that you can learn historical facts. You can learn who created the Democratic Party, who created the Republican Party, the Dixiecrats, who are the party of the Ku Klux Klan. You understand what I'm saying? You need to understand real facts of the United States. You need to understand what an appropriations bill, understand what a stopgap bill, understand what a continuing resolution is before you weigh in on these shutdowns, before you get in the street. And I'm not even saying it's your responsibility as a child. As a child, you should be working on your ABCs and your 1, 2, 3s. You shouldn't even be worried about whether or not Democrat, Republican, MAGA. You should be worrying about these illiteracy rates that are skyrocketing in America. And instead, we let kids out of school when we pay for them to be in school and violence erupted. Double tap at the like button. ICE out, ICE rallies, ICE protests. Do you agree with the protest? Do you agree with students being involved with the one? Do you agree with students being involved with ICE out protests? Hit the one in the chat if you agree with students being involved with these ICE out protests. Unsupervised.
Fucking bitch! Fucking kill yourself! You fucking fuck!
Put a one in the chat if you agree with these students participating in ICE out protests unsupervised. Underage American students participating in ICE out protests on Friday all across the country. On Friday all across. Arrest them all. This tag says arrest them all. I agree. Out of control students. Out of control students. This is so if anybody thought that they should do this again, if anybody thought this was a great idea, no, this was not a great idea. I'm sick of people saying cops need more training. You had 18 years to train your child not to steal, shoot, stab, burn down buildings, laser people eyes, flip cars, block traffic, and attack other people. The police didn't fail you. You failed your child. That's the fact. Somebody said the other day, I played a video where a father said these children need to be prosecuted as adults. For attack, and I agree. Remember yesterday I played the video of the father who said these children need to be prosecuted as adults. Look at the back of the shirt. Kill your local PDF. Choose kindness always. These are the people. Look at the purple hair protesters in high school. Choose kindness always, but they attacked that man in his car. That's the back of the shirt of the child who attacked the guy in the traffic. Stop traffic. These are hooligans. These are hooligans that need to be arrested. These are hooligans that need to be arrested. Huh? Do you think these kids should be charged as adults? Put a 1 in the chat if you think they should be charged as adults. You understand what I'm saying? Put a look. This is what's going on in our. I'm not even going. I'm not even gonna make it big, man. I'm not even. This is what's going on in America right now. If you want to understand, like what. Because a lot of us look at these kids come out of school so angry. What are they so mad about? What are they so mad about? What are your mother buys your shoes, wash your clothes. What you so angry about? Huh? What are you so angry about? Huh? Your mother buys your shoes, washes your clothes, cooks your food, but they are so angry in the middle of the streets causing violence. There's something deeper here. There's something deeper here, ladies and gentlemen. How many people agree? There's something deeper here. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. Double tap, hit the like button. And I'm going to ask everybody watching right now, do me a huge favor. If it's your first time here, I'm going to ask that you hit the like button. If it's your first time here, I'm going to ask that you subscribe to the channel. If it's your, hey, look at Mrs. Perfect Timing in the building. Hey, Mrs. Pertine, we got some super chats today. We got a brand new member today. Oh, man, great podcast. Everybody having a good time. We sharing a lot of information. Somebody just subscribed, brother. Thank you, brother. I love you. Spread some love and unity in the chat, man. Spread some love and unity in the chat and abide by our community guideline. Is the subscribe only on Mrs. Perfect Timing? Because I put subscribers only. And I don't know, is that working? Because the chat going crazy. And I'm like, is all these people subscribe? Double tap, hit the like button, y'all. Hey, baby, you see my thumbnail? Look at that thumbnail. That thumbnail going crazy. That thumbnail going crazy. Look at that thumbnail. That thumbnail going crazy, man. It's a terrific Tuesday. It's a terrific Tuesday. Y'all know we love talking about them Donald Trump tariffs. Does anybody know when the tariffs became instituted? Huh? You know, Donald Trump was talking about an extra $31 billion. Donald Trump was talking about an extra $31 billion that they found. You know where they got the money from? They got the money from tariffs. Can we say tariffs in the building one time? Can we say, you got 10K. Look at Mrs. Perfect Time. Hey. Shout out to Mrs. Perfect Time, man, supporting you. Boy, man, that's how y'all do it, man. Support your peoples, man. Double tap it the like. Let me put some more. Make sure my lips is nice and shiny for y'all, man. How am I looking, man? How am I looking in the headphones, man? So did y'all know Donald Trump, today is Terrific Tuesday. We just finished MAGA Monday. Tomorrow's All We Do Is Win Wednesdays. You know what I'm saying? And that's all we do here is win. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing my best. The chat go crazy, man. The chat go crazy, man. And I just want to say I love everybody that's watching. I love everybody that's putting in super chats. I love everybody looking good. LOL chappy, just a little chapstick. It's a little Burt Bees. It's a little Burt Bees. I love the Burt Bees. The Burt Bees. I love the Burt Bees. Double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like button. Everybody watching, I truly appreciate it. Truly appreciate it. Truly, truly, truly appreciate it. Thank you. God bless you all. I really love you guys. Spread some unity and love in the chat. Spread some unity and love in the chat. Much love and respect to everybody watching. Much love and respect to everybody watching. Thank you to everybody who has hit the super chat. I truly appreciate it. Thank you to everybody who has hit the like button. Thank you everybody who has hit the like button. Thank you everybody. And I want to say I love you everybody who has left a comment. One love to everybody who has come through and watched the show today. We just getting started. Great topic is about to be dropped right now. Breaking President Trump. They just found 31 billion. They said it. They just found 31 billion dollars. That's right, baby. President Trump right now. They just found 31 billion dollars on Terrific Tuesday on the Purpose of It podcast. Double tap, hit the like button, like, share, subscribe. When you subscribe, you're gonna get the plus sign. The plus sign gonna allow you to join the channel, become a member. Membership has its privileges. I got special emojis. I got special live streams, special videos. Let's go, baby. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Let me get this shit going, man. Let me get my beautiful face back up there, man. Let me get my beautiful face back up there. Then we're gonna get y'all to the movie screen. Get y'all to the movie screen. Get y'all to the movie screen. Who likes the movie screen? Double tap, hit the like button if you know what I mean. Breaking news, they just found 31 billion. They said, sir, we found 31 billion. We don't know why. I said, is this good or bad? Fine. This was a plus 31. We were used to finding negative 31 for the last 30 years. I said, check the tariff shelf, everybody. Donald Trump said, check the tariff. I just had to give out some of this terrific news on a Terrific Tuesday because Donald Trump been kicking some tariff ass. Yeah, man, the tariffs went into effect August 1st. We've been kicking butt on tariffs since August 1st. We've been collecting trillions of dollars in tariffs. The first apparatus that we have to pay down the debt. We gave the troops $1776. We gave the farmers $12 billion. They said Trump tariffs would make inflation explode, like it can go up from when Biden had us paying $10 for eggs, and we exposed Walmart last week for not lowering the price on eggs, even though look at Miss Perfect Timing with them emojis you get if you join to become a member. Oh. Membership has its privileges. Membership has its privileges. 2.7 inflation. They said inflation would go to 7%. They said inflation would go to 7%. It went down. Trump tariffs has grown the GDP. I play economics. I play professors. They are dumbfounded and surprised. They can't believe it. The tariffs are actually working. Would you believe it or not? What it means is that America is competitive. America is in the game. America's been giving away our profits for the past 50 years. That's what it means, that we already knew this. MAGA knew the climate. Conservatives been saying it for over. Nancy Pelosi said it in 1996 that there was a trade deficit. But what I said on this channel is you rarely hear the correlation between tariffs and trade. You never hear about tariffs as it relates to trade. The Democrats want to tell you that tariffs are a tax. I've disproved that by all of the numbers I've just read out to you. But what they never do is they never associate tariffs with trade and the trade deficit that America faced for the last 50 years that benefited our competitors. Donald Trump, the greatest president that you ever did see, with the greatest second term ever.
We're a wealthy nation again, and we're a nation that can be secure. Again, last week, as you know, they found $31 billion. They came to see me, sir. We found $31 billion.
Sir, we found $31 billion. Donald Trump at the White House, Terrific Tuesday, on tariffs, dollar, 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 MAGA dollar is strong, dollar, dollar, dollar bill, y'all. Double tap, hit the like button, Perfect Timing Podcast, MAGA Tuesday.
Last week, as you know, they found $31 billion. They came to see me, sir. We found $31 billion. They said, we don't know why. I said, was this a good find or a bad find? It was a good find. It was a plus 31. We used to find
Double up, 7 up. Double up, 7 up. 170, 170. Double up, 7 up. Jinx, you owe me a soda. Everybody in the chat, owe me a soda right now. Jinx, you owe me a soda. W chat, Jinx, you owe me a soda. Everybody got to buy me a soda for lunch right now. 170, 170. Double up, 7 up. Double up, 7 up. You owe me a soda, chat. You owe me a soda. Let's go.
Again, last week, as you know, they found $31 billion. They came to see me, sir. We found $31 billion. They said, we don't know why. I said, was this a good find or a bad find? It was a good find. It was a plus 31. We're used to finding negative 31s, right, for the last 30 years.
Right.
I said, check the tariff shelf. Well, those tariffs haven't kicked in. Yes, they did. They kicked in 2 months ago. Check it. He comes back 2 hours later. Sir, you were right. We have an additional $31 billion, billion, not million, Lindsay, billion, that we just found from tariffs. They kicked in earlier than we thought. You were right. We're a wealthy nation again, and we're a nation that can be secure.
We're a wealthy nation again, and we're a nation that can be secure. You heard it here first on the Perfect Timing Podcast. How excited are you to be here today? I know I'm excited, man. I can't hold myself together. Whoa, that MAGA. Whoa, that MAGA. Donald Trump in front of the White House. Great news on Terrific Tuesday. I mean, we finding money left and right. People said, how you going to get the $2,000 rebate checks? Remember, I said this year, the IRS said average rebate $4,000, up from $1,000, and that this would be a $100 billion payout year, one of the highest IRS payouts due to the one big, beautiful bill. Let's go, baby.
Again, last week, as you know, they found $31 billion. They came to see me, sir. We found $31 billion. They said, we don't know why. I said, was this a good find or a bad find? It was a good find. It was a plus 31. We're used to finding negative 31s, right, for the last 30 years. I said, check the tariff shelf. Well, those tariffs haven't kicked in. Yes, they did. They kicked in 2 months ago. Check it. He comes back 2 hours later. Sir, you were right. We have an additional $31 billion, billion, not million, Lindsay, billion, that we just found from tariffs. They kicked in earlier than we thought. You were right. We're a wealthy nation again, and we're a nation that can be secure. Again, last week, as you know, they found $31 billion.
Donald Trump tariffs. Tuesday, you put Tariff and Terrific together, add Tuesday, and you get the Perfect Timing Podcast and another Terrific. And we shutting down the news. Trump knows, Trump knows, Trump knows. Giving Democrats the blues, giving Democrats the boo. As we talk about voter ID, as we talk about election 2020, as we talk about 300,000 votes unsigned in Fulton. And isn't it ironic? It was Fulton County where Fannie Willis tried to do a RICO against Donald Trump, where we come to find out that 350,000 votes were not signed. Over 150 tapes were missing. 350,000 votes were not signed, and over 150 tapes were missing. Now there's more from Fannie Willis, Big Fat Fannie, Fulton County. Y'all want to hear about it? Here it go. Investigators flagged dozens of voter registrations at Atlanta UPS store and mailbox service. Independent investigator David, again from yesterday, shout out to David, double tap, hit the like button. Y'all subscribe to David Kayat. Highlighted about 96 voters registered at a UPS store on Piedmont Road, northeast in Fulton County, Georgia, and researcher Jason Frazier noted 138 at a nearby virtual mailbox service on Woodmont Lane. Georgia law requires voter registrations to use physical residence, not commercial spots like these, prompting calls for cleanup from figures like State Senate Greg Dolezal. Is that right, Greg Dolezal? amid past scrutiny of counties' rolls. While no illegal ballots have been proven and some entries may be outdated, the findings come weeks before March 17 primaries. What else happens on March 17, 2026? The TPS expiration. Did y'all know the judge tried to fight the Haitian? You know, Trump rescinded the Haitians TPS also, and I just read that there's a judge, a liberal judge, trying to fight the Trump TPS Haitians. But y'all give me a March 17th in the chat, because the Somalian, which was why we in Minnesota, which is why they doing all the distraction with the violence, the communism, and all this other game grifting shit, is about the fact that Somalians grifted $19 billion while being 80% on welfare. $700 million went through the goddamn Minneapolis airport while 80% of them on welfare. White Congresswoman said the same thing as she learned from me. Number one, how did they get $700 million when 80% of them is on welfare? You know what I'm saying? Now we're going to break down how they stole the 2020 election in Fulton County, but we knew this already because we saw a video of them bragging about stealing the election in 2020. Let's get into some more details. You're watching the #1 podcast for geopolitical, domestic political debate. Double tap at the like button, and after you do that, go ahead and subscribe. And when you subscribe, you're going to get a plus sign to join the channel, become a member. Remember, membership has its privileges, and I just want to say I thank you and I love you all, and thank you and love you to everyone who has hit the like button. I pray and hope you have been entertained and you enjoy the show. This is the #1 podcast on YouTube at this time of day for this type of discussion. You at the right place if this is what you like to do. Let's go, MAGA!
This is a commercial address. We are open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Jason, it's blatant. Anybody can see it, literally in big letters. This is a commercial address. We're outside 1441 Woodmont Lane, another one of these suspicious places where a ton of people are registered to vote from. And this is the actual physical place of 1441 and also 1445, two different places where people are able to register to vote. But obviously, this doesn't seem like 139 people live in a tiny place like this. So what's going on here?
Yeah. So this is a virtual mailbox. It's similar to say the UPS store or one of the other post office boxes. But a lot of these type of places, people will use for legitimate purposes. For example, if I travel a lot, I want to get my mail delivered here. Maybe they open my mail. Different ones have different features, but they might open my mail and scan it for me. So that way I get my mail remotely.
Okay.
However, the law is clear. You need to register to vote where you live. You can have this as your mailing address. You just can't say you live here. 138 people don't live here.
So it's not essentially illegal for people to do this, but it's illegal if you're registered to vote and to say that this is the place where you live at in order to be able to vote, for example, in a Fulton County election. Am I getting this correctly?
That's correct. Maybe they live in a different town. Maybe they live in a different county. They can't say they live here. Otherwise, they're voting for the wrong folks.
This is a commercial address. We are open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Jason, it's blatant. Anybody can see it, literally in big letters. This is a commercial address. Mail belongs to our clients. Again, clients should not be able to vote and say that they live here and then be able to vote from this place. That is the problem here.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, this is shocking.
What y'all think? I mean, these oatmeal raisin cookies I made last night. Or these oatmeal cookies.
This is a commercial address. We are open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 6.
We got 100 people are registered to vote at this address. And did y'all hear Fulton County? Fulton County, Fannie Willis, Fulton County.
Here is a similarity between the healthcare fraud in Minnesota and the voter fraud here in Georgia. We were just laughing about it.
Yeah, it's funny because if we were to trust the voter rolls, that means that 96 people are supposed to be sleeping in there, using the bathroom, showering, cooking.
As their main residents.
As their main residents, the same way how there's supposed to be a certain amount of kids at a daycare when they go and visit these daycares in Minnesota owned by Somalis. It's the exact same thing. And a key thing that people don't understand is that all of the welfare fraud starts with voter fraud. If you end up on a voter registration list, you can suddenly start to claim benefits because oh my God, now you have a residential address.
Yep, exactly. So now they know where to send the checks to.
Well, we're at a UPS store located at 2625 Piedmont Road, Northeast in Atlanta, Fulton County, where apparently 96 people are right now actively registered to vote. And the reason we're laughing is because this is such a clear violation of law in Georgia. It's very specific. You cannot use a UPS store, a PO box, a virtual mailbox, whatever you want to call it, as a place of residence.
And it seems like a normal practice. What's sad about this is it seems like something that's the norm, just like the daycare centers and the fraud. What's sad about people being upset about the ICE and them doing their job is that what's normal is not federal officers arresting people with warrants. What's normal is the fraud.
Here is a similarity between the healthcare fraud in Minnesota and the voter fraud here in Georgia. We were just laughing about it.
Yeah, it's funny because if we were to trust the voter rolls, that means that 96 people are supposed to be sleeping in there, using the bathroom, showering, cooking.
As their main residents.
As their main residents, the same way how there's supposed to be a certain amount of kids at a daycare when they go and visit these daycares in Minnesota owned by Somalis. It's the exact same thing. And a key thing that people don't understand is that all of the welfare fraud starts with voter fraud. If you end up on a voter registration list, you can suddenly start to claim benefits because, oh my God, now you have a residential address.
Yep, exactly. So now they know where to send the checks to.
Well, we're at a UPS store located at 2625 Piedmont Road, Northeast in Atlanta, Fulton County, where apparently 96 people are right now actively registered to vote. And the reason we're laughing is because this is such a clear violation of law in Georgia. It's very specific. You cannot use a UPS store, a PO box, a virtual mailbox, whatever you want to call it, as a place of residence.
Facts. Double tap, hit the like button. We exposing Fulton County, Fannie Willis, fake Rico. Now y'all might understand.
Here is a similarity between the healthcare fraud.
Why? Now y'all might understand why the Rico was in Fannie Willis' back door. It was a distraction from all the fraud they were doing to steal the election. Double tap, hit the like button. Fannie Willis is Fulton County out here stealing the election.
Jay said it's blatant. Anybody can see it, literally in big letters. This is a commercial address. We're outside 1441 Woodmont Lane, another one of these suspicious places where a ton of people are registered to vote from. And this is the actual physical place of 1441 and also 1445, two different places where people are able to register to vote. But obviously, this doesn't seem like 139 people live in a tiny place like this. So what's going on here?
Yeah. So this is a virtual mailbox. It's similar to say the UPS store or one of the other post office boxes. But a lot of these type of places, people will use for legitimate purposes. For example, if I travel a lot, I want to get my mail delivered here. Maybe they open my mail. Different ones have different features, but they might open my mail and scan it for me. So that way I get my mail remotely.
Okay.
However, the law is clear. You need to register to vote where you live. You can have this as your mailing address. You just can't say you live here. 138 people don't live here.
So it's not essentially illegal for people to do this, but it's illegal if you're registered to vote and to say that this is the place where you live at in order to be able to vote, for example, in a Fulton County election. Am I getting this correctly?
That's correct. Maybe they live in a different town. Maybe they live in a different county. They can't say they live here. Otherwise, they're voting for the wrong folks.
This is a commercial address. We are open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Jay said it's blatant. Anybody can see it, literally in big letters. This is a commercial address. Mail belongs to our clients. Again, clients should not be able to vote and say that they live here and then be able to vote from this place. That is the problem here.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, this is shocking.
What y'all think, man? Is Fulton County guilty of election fraud? Was Trump robbed? We was robbed. We was robbed. Was Trump robbed in 2020? Was Trump robbed in 2020? ICE out, ICE protests, ICE riots, ICE rallies. Central Texas, double tap at the like button. ICE out, ICE rallies. Children involved in politics. Double tap at the like button. ICE out, ICE rallies. Children involved in politics, double tap, hit the like button. Central Texas students walk out over ICE operations amid off-campus scuffle. Students from districts like Hayes, Manor, Plugville, and Lockhart left class Monday to protest recent ICE enforcement. Continuing walkouts that began last Friday in Hayes, hundreds from 5 schools marched off campus through districts called the actions unauthorized and warned of discipline for unexcused absences. A widely shared video shows students surrounding and pulling down an adult man near Johnson High School in Buda, where police investigated a physical altercation but made no arrest. Districts stayed neutral, treating the events as a lesson in student rights while prioritizing safety of classes. Did you hear this shit? Let me read that again. Districts stay neutral. This is the same thing as Minneapolis, Minnesota, where sanctuary cities, this is why it's happening in blue cities and blue states. They're allowing these protests and they're telling them to stand down, and they're turning violent after they have said they're not going to do anything about the protests. This was going on. Look at this. 6% literacy rate, 5% white students. Roosevelt High School, Theodore Roosevelt in Chicago, part of the Chicago Public School District, has predominantly Hispanic and Latino student body with the total minority enrollment of 95%. Recent data primarily from 2024 to 2025 school year. Sources like U.S. News will report niche school shows the following racial ethnic breakdown: Hispanic 76%, Asian 7%, Black 6%, White 4%. Only 6% of students at Roosevelt High School can read at or above grade level, so it's extremely important that students were led out of school to chant ridiculous slogans fed to them. Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. Only 6% of Roosevelt High School can read or at a Ooh. Only 6% of students at Roosevelt High School can read at or above grade level, so it was extremely important that students were led out of school to chant ridiculous slogans. Using look how young these children are, and they got to look at the teacher smiling. How many people know this would happen? I bet you a lot of people work hard every day, didn't even know that your school was doing this with your kids. Put a 1 in the chat if you approve children being used like this for political gain. These children ain't even middle school kids. What they know about politics? They don't even know about the different political parties. They don't know about the different political platforms. Why are they being involved? This should be criminal. This should be criminal. Let's take a look at the video. Double tap at the like button.
No ICE! No KKK! No fascist USA! No ICE! No KKK! No fascist USA!
So they saying no ICE, no KKK, no fascist USA, but only 6% of the school can read at a grade level or above. I'm not making this up. I don't you guys wish this was AI? You know, we live in a generation of AI, and a lot of people be like, that's AI. Don't you guys wish this was AI? But unfortunately, you can go to your cell phone, and some of you were out on Friday and you saw these protests. I saw the protests on Friday. I was on the freeway. How many people have overpasses where you live? In the freeways in California, we got freeways, interstate highways, and then there's overpass. We could walk over the freeway because they promote walking. So a lot of people put like 316 up there, but on Friday, those overpasses were filled with children. So as people commuted home on Friday, all you saw was these ICE out posters because you're forced to commute home via the freeway, right? So I saw the children protesting. How many, put a one in the chat if you saw kids protesting on Friday, but how many of you knew that the kids were this young and that schools that have only 6% reading level would have children leave class and participate instead of focusing on their literacy and math? Let's take a look at this video right here. And I'm going to read to you the context again. This is Roosevelt School, where less than 6% of the kids are at reading level.
No ICE! No KKK! No fascist USA! No ICE! No KKK! No fascist USA!
The students at Roosevelt High School have decided to come out today to say
this is criminal. Y'all get mad at me and it's real crimes. Y'all get mad at me and it's real crimes. She just said out of her mouth with that accent, she probably wasn't even born in America. She just said that the students, we talking about 8-year-olds. My son, 8-year-old, he don't know shit about politics. He don't even know how to wipe his ass. So you telling me that 8-year-olds that don't even know how to wipe their ass chose to walk out for political reasons? This is criminal, ladies and gentlemen. This is criminal.
that ICE has no place in our community.
No fascist USA! No ICE! No KKK! No fascist USA!
The students at Roosevelt High School have decided to come out today to say that ICE has no place in our communities.
Did he say an F word? Did you hear a little kid say, hold on.
Decided to come out today.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? I'm not making this up, you guys. Did you hear that? We already established these are elementary school kids. We heard them say no KKK. Now, did you guys hear the F word? Look at her smiling.
The students at Roosevelt High School have decided to come out today.
F ICE shut it down. Did y'all hear it in the chat? One more time. F ICE shut it down. Did y'all hear it? F ICE shut it down.
Come out today.
That's an elementary school child being led by this woman. Does anybody think I'm being hyperbolic now? Do you still think this is okay? Is this not criminal? Is this not criminal? Did you hear the F word? Elementary school kids who can't read using the F word against federal officers. Is this still just a joke to you?
To say that ICE has no place in our communities, and we are here to support them. Roosevelt High School has an incredible tradition.
And we are here to support them. I wish this was AI. I wish this was AI. I wish people understood grooming. Because, you know, this is what I said. When people kept saying Donald Trump is a PDF and Diddy, I said, you know what this generation is doing? They're going to trivialize something that's very serious. The PDF joke is very serious. $2 super chat, so children don't have free speech. Children, let me give you the context, brother. I'm going to highlight you, and I'm going to say thank you for the super chat. Because I think everybody in America has free speech, right? But there's a place and a time. It's like what you're saying to me is that it's like the Don Lemon question to me. Are you listening? Don Lemon is claiming free speech, right? And the thing is, your rights to free speech should not supersede someone else's right to free speech. So Don Lemon violated someone else's rights. I'm arguing that these children's rights are being violated. And you're saying that their right to free speech supersedes the fact that they're being groomed. Is it free speech if you're a child, you don't have the proper education, background, and intellect to make the decision, and an adult has groomed you into having this opinion, and then other adults? It's almost like you're like a PDF yourself, because it's like other adults then come and say, oh no, they have free speech. They have free speech. You groomed them children. You told them what to say. They didn't come up with the free speech would be free thought. Free speech comes from free thought, free intellect, right? Free speech comes from free thought, free intellect. This is grooming. You can't argue free speech when you groom a child. It's like a man dating a younger woman, and then she says, no, I want to date him. And then that older man, this is creepy. Do you understand how creepy this is? And then that older man says, no, she's having free speech. Children can't have free speech. Do we say that? Do we say that? We don't say that. We don't say that. And then, you know, the Constitution as it's written in the rights, they apply to citizens. That's why we have in the court, that's why we have different courts, right? Because now the next question was about whether or not children have a Second Amendment right. So they also have Second Amendment right. If you grew up in the Midwest in elementary schools, you get a NRA presentation. If you grow up in the Midwest in elementary schools, you can get an NRA presentation. I had a friend who moved to the Bay Area and he lived in Iowa. He was driving at 12 and at 14, he had his own truck and he had a rifle in his truck that his dad gave him in the window. In the Midwest, you know, they had the trucks and they drive the truck with his rifle in the window. It was a rifle rack in the window. So in California, you don't have that, but yeah, they have Second Amendment rights. They have First Amendment rights. But what you need to learn that Don Lemon is going to learn when he goes to jail is that your right doesn't supersede someone else's right. And you don't get to claim First Amendment rights when these children are obligated legally and federally paid to be in class right now. You can't argue First Amendment right when you violate their rights to an education. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is Don Lemon. Oh, I have First Amendment right. Well, Pam Bondi's going to put him in fucking prison because Pam Bondi's going to remind him your First Amendment rights don't supersede the rights of the parishioners. These children's First Amendment rights don't supersede the right of American to have educated children. American parents pay for those kids to be in school. They're supposed to have a little ass in school. Their First Amendment, and it didn't work that way for me or you. Do you know what would happen if we left high school and we said some bullshit about First Amendment rights? We would get arrested for truancy. And then it says, so children can't have same belief as parents. This is back to why America is so great. And thank you again for the super chat. That's 3 super chats, brother, and I want to say thank you. This is back again to why America is so great. So the question is, so children can't have same beliefs as their parents. Of course they can, but what makes America so great is that we're not a theocracy or a monarchy. So children can have the same belief as their parents, but what makes America different in the city on the shining hill to be in the globe while 20 million people got here? Because children can also have a difference of opinion. And in America, listen to this. This is very good. Thank you for that $2 super chat. Thank you for the question. Because in America, if that parent forces their opinion on that child, we call that grooming. We call that grooming. And that parent can be put in prison. Do you understand? That parent is not allowed in America. Yes, that child can have the same belief as its parents. But in America, we have a freedom that is unique to America. And only here can that child be LGBTQ, be Republican, be whatever the fuck they want to be. And their parent are not allowed. No adult can force any opinion upon that child. That's the greatest thing about America. That's the difference about a city on a shining hill. Yes, children can have the same belief as their parents. But what I am arguing today is that have these children been given the freedom, this special gift of America, to have their own freedom of choice, brother? Have these children been robbed of that amendment right? See, you see the First Amendment one-sided because you're trying to make a joke, but you're helping me. You're benefiting me. You're donating to me. You're allowing me to show people my intellect. Have these children been given truly their First Amendment right, which would enable them to make a free choice, not follow what an adult has made them think is cool. See, that's grooming. That's what older people do to young people. Hey, take this illicit thing. Hey, use this illegal thing. It's cool. Hang out with me. Go do this crime because it's cool. That's called grooming. That's using your adult influence over someone who doesn't have as much intelligence as you. Hey, come ride with me in this car. Hey, drink this. Hey, hold this. Hey, let's leave school and let's march and say F ICE. Okay, Mrs. Johnson. Okay, Mrs. Johnson. Okay, Mrs. Johnson. Not let's have a discussion in class, in this laboratory that we've been given. Not let's have a discussion in class, in this laboratory that we've been given by the federal government who paid for it, who paid for our school lunch, who's paying my salary. Let's not have a discussion in this laboratory microcosm that was actually created for discussion, that was created for thought, that was created for, hello, we're at school, motherfuckers. Don't y'all like how I break this shit down to the very last compound? Not let's have a discussion in the laboratory that was created for discussion and intelligent thinking, because that's what school is. You know what they could have done, which we have done in my school? They could have brought the entire student body together and had a group, a TED Talk. They could have did a student body, you know what I'm saying? They could have had a student body presentation and did it like a TED Talk. They could have included parents. They could have streamed it online, and students could have asked questions so they can understand what is ICE, what is the acronym, are they police, are they federal officers, who gave them the mandate, how long have we had ICE in America? Wouldn't that have been more productive? These students are running around being violent on the street. They don't even know what ICE stands for. They've been groomed. They don't even know what ICE stands for. My brother keep donating. He said, don't you think it would be better to homeschool your children instead of having some Nimrod teach them? It's sad. It's sad because I grew up, I love America. I love my country. You know what I was thinking about the other day? My children's pediatrician sucks. You know, I had a great pediatrician. I'm answering your question, brother. Because you might say, don't go to, somebody said the other day, don't go to the doctor. They told Kev on stage, a lot of people said, don't go to the doctor, don't go to the hospital. I had a great pediatrician. My kids, in Fairfield, Dr. Manolo was the most sought after pediatrician. He retired after I had my kids. I was so blessed to have him. My kids had a great pediatrician. I went to South San Francisco Kaiser. My kids went to this pediatric clinic in Fairfield, small little clinic, when they still had like mom and pop type stuff at Kaiser. Great pediatrician. I loved him. My mother loved my pediatrician. I remember today my third grade teacher, how pivotal she was to my life and my education and my growth. And I had the certain fourth and fifth grade teachers. And I grew up in America with, if you can't tell, I grew up in the great America with a great educational system. And I remember my teachers. That son is beating our ass, huh? What can we do? That son is beating our ass, huh? All right. That son be beating our ass in that late afternoon, huh? How's everybody doing? I got some new, y'all know I got a new Funko. I got a new, I got Thor Ragnarok. I got the big Thor Ragnarok. It's in my son's room. And I didn't even know. I got 4 or 5 Hulk. I still got a Hulk in here. I think I got 4 or 5 Funko Hulks. I got a little Hulk, mini Hulk, and then I got the big Hulk. I just got the 10-inch. So I'm like, my son got them all in his room. It's about he got like 3 of them in his room. And I'm like, I still got one up there right now. I said, shit, I got 4 or 5. I guess Hulk might be, I got a lot of Hulk and a lot of Ninja Turtle. I just got another Ninja Turtle. I got Splinter. I got a 10-inch Leo from the new movie. I just got the new Mutant Ninja Turtle movie, the new animation. Seth did, Ice Cube was the Fly. I got that 10-inch So I got a bunch of Ninja Turtles and a bunch of but my favorite got to be Boba Fett. Y'all know how old I am. I got the Mandalorian. I got the 10-inch Mandalorian. I got the black one. A lot of people like the red one. I got the 10-inch Mandalorian. And I got Boba Fett on the throne. Oh. I think didn't Wakanda Forever come out on Disney Plus today? Are you insulted by Wakanda Forever coming out Black History Month? Is that like a joke? But I got my Wakanda section. Shout out to Sinner's 16 Oscar nomination. I think I got 2 Killmongers. Yeah, I got 2 Killmongers. And I might got 2 T'Challa. I got 2 Killmongers. I might got 2 T'Challa. My whole Black Panther section. That's funny as hell. Ain't that funny as hell? Ain't that funny as hell? So we looking better. I got the lights looking a little bit better. Let's get back to the video. We back to the ICE protest. Thank you to the brother with the donation. Oh, we got another donation. He said, I'm going to be 100. I'm actually a Latino American conservative and I support ICE, but they're acting a little bit much like LAPD, which sucks. So this is what I would say to you, bro, you don't know. Like, I appreciate the super chats because I want people to see the super chat and then send the super chat. But bro, you got to understand, man, your questions are very leading, and I am very thankful for your leading questions because it's giving us an opportunity to dig deeper on some of these issues so that people could be like you and we can have an educated electorate. That's the goal of the podcast, an educated electorate. And that's the issue with these children. I think that Democrats want an ignorant electorate who don't know the both sides of the story, right? So my brother said, Man versus Hulk. I'm going to be 100. I'm actually a Latino American conservative and I support ICE, but they're acting like a little bit too much like LAPD, which sucks. So this is what I say to that. It's unfortunate how, like, I heard similar sentiment from an intelligent brother who I respect a lot the other day. And let me help you out. It's unfortunate what's happening in Minneapolis, but it's by design. I even argue when we talked about Alex Pretti, I said it's obvious to me that these are sacrifices, that these are self-sacrifices, that Alex put himself in harm's way purposely. And this is by the pamphlet. The pamphlet said that if you do this, you could get arrested for assaulting a federal officer, or you may trigger the Leo response where he could shoot you and unalive you. It's in their pamphlet. It's in their training, Minnesota Ice Watch. So I think this is purposely done to distract from 2026 election and 2028 election, and they can't do nothing about Donald Trump keeps getting all his policy approved. The big, beautiful bill is the largest legislation we've ever seen, and it's a second-term president. The Democrats are panicking. So it's unfortunate what's happening in Minnesota, but this is what I would refer you to, that this is not happening in Chattahoochee Crunch in New Orleans. This did not happen in Memphis. This did not happen in North Carolina, in Charlotte's Web. It is happening by design in Minnesota with Tim Walsh. Let me explain. What do you mean, perfect? Explain it to him. I think that's why he asked me this leading question. How is it different? Why is ICE not being like LAPD? ICE successfully arrested and deported 600,000 individuals in 2025. We can say with certainty that 80% of them were criminals. Why? Because these individuals have what we call deportation orders. While here, they had been arrested for a crime, seen an immigration judge, and asked to self-deportate. Biden didn't have them leave. Trump is making them leave. The difference between Minnesota and other states is that when Tom Homan, Homeland Security, and Kristi Noem got to Minnesota, the sanctuary state and the sanctuary city in the Twin Cities, we asked the same thing we asked every other state. How do you get 600,000 without no deaths? How do we get to 600,000 deportations in 2025 without no deaths and no incident? Remember, this is 2026 when the violence occurred. Well, we went to each state leadership and we said to the governor, give us the roles and rosters of all of the immigrants who are receiving welfare. Doge is going to find out how many of them are here legally. Give us the roles and rosters of all of the immigrants who are on Medicaid. Doge is going to find out how many of them are naturalized, how many of them are in the process, how many of them are here illegally. Give us the roles and rosters of your prison system of all of the immigrants incarcerated. Doge is going to find out with our advanced computer technology how many of your incarcerated immigrants are here legally. That's how you arrest 3,000 people in 3 days. That's how you, without incident. Remember, a lot of people don't even know the name of the operations. When I say Chattahoola Crunch, you may have heard it first here. When I say Charlotte's Web, you may have heard it first here. But you did hear about 10,000 arrests in 1 week. You did hear about several thousand arrests in 3 days. You didn't believe it. And you wondered how ICE could do it. I'm explaining to you now how we got 600,000 deported without incident. So what's happening in Minnesota? We go to Minnesota. We say to Tim Walz, liberal Democratic leadership, who is responsible for billion-dollar fraud. That's why we there. We knocked on the door. We knocked on the door. Ain't no kids here, Tim. Hey, Tim, they keep stealing all the money, Tim Walz. Free Feed Our Future. Ilhan Omar, pathway to get free meals for a community that was already 80% on welfare. Ain't you upset that the community was already on welfare? So we go to leadership in Minnesota and we say, open up your jails. Open up your welfare rosters. What did Tim Walz say? F ICE. We said, can you work with us? Can you have police officers work with us? We have a list of names who we want to go arrest. Do you know on the day that Alex Pretti was unalive? On the day Alex Pretti was unalive, ICE agents showed up. And they showed up quietly. There were no protests. They showed up quietly. There were no protests. And they couldn't find the guy they wanted to arrest. So they left. You know what happened while Alex lost his life? Minnesota ICE Watch called out a backup call on a group chat on Signal and said, hey, we need backup. A burgundy SUV just came to my Glam Donuts looking for Eduardo. They had a warrant for an Ecuadorian who had committed domestic violence against a woman. They had a warrant for an Ecuadorian who was an immigrant who had committed domestic violence against a woman who had not gone to court, who had not done his time for beating up a woman. He had not gone to court. He didn't go to jail. Do you guys understand the people that they are capturing got arrested selling drugs, beating up a woman, being in the gang? Biden let them out of jail so they can go back home. Instead of going back home, they should have been put in prison. But he didn't get his day in court, and he's still wandering around working at the Glam Donuts. Glam Donuts sends out a Signal group chat. Hey, send backup, Burgundy Durango, Glam Donuts. Alex Pretti responds to the group chat with a gun. Alex Pretti shows up on the street, blocks cars with a gun. With a gun. Do y'all understand what's happening out here? So that's the difference between every other state. There are no Alex Prettis in any other state. There are no Minnesota ICE Watch in every other state. There are no protesters with guns showing up to block. Hold on. I got something for you. There are no protesters with guns showing up to block. Hold on. Where is it? I got something. Hold on. No. We ain't gonna do this. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I just had this bitch. I just had this bitch. I just had this bitch. Here it is. Here it is. This is the difference. My brother, I love you for your super chats. You donated. I hope you join and become a member. Thank you for your donations. Thank you for your intelligent commentary. He asked, he asked, why is ICE acting like this? ICE is acting poorly even though he supports Trump. And I'm saying to my brother, there's a reason why you're seeing violence in Minnesota, and it's not the fault of ICE. There's a reason why you're seeing violence in Minnesota, and it's not the fault of ICE. It's by design of the Democratic leadership and the illegal, non-constitutional sanctuary policies. I'm going to show you an example now. What didn't happen in other states and why we didn't have violence in other states. When the federal government came to other states like Louisiana, North Carolina, Tennessee, and asked them for these roles and rosters, they complied. And that's how you arrest 5,000 in 3 days, 10,000 in a week. Because the states comply with the federal government, and we were able to get out 600,000 in 2025, 80%, which were criminals. I say we keep doing that. Minnesota did not comply. Instead, Minnesota decided to help the people who are criminals. Minnesota decided to help by creating ICE watches. They are assisting in aiding and abetting criminals. This is what happened in Minnesota. Why you see violence, why you see everything in Minnesota. Instead of Minnesota helping the federal government by simply giving them access to the illegals who are criminals, they said, no, we want to protect the criminal illegals to the point of violence. Let's take a look at this. I pray you're still here. I pray you're still here. I pray you're still here because I don't think no one else can do what I do. I don't think no one else can do what I do. I pray you're still here, and I pray you have a blessed day, and I pray a covering over you and your family, brother. And I don't care if you're Latino. I don't care what race you are. I don't care male, female, your sexual orientation. If you proud American and you love America, I don't even care if you're a Democrat. Can y'all hear me? I don't even care if you're a Democrat. I just care that you're a proud American and you love America, right? And you being fair to me and giving me an opportunity to speak my piece. I don't give a fuck if you're Latino. I don't give a fuck what race you are, male, female, or your orientation, brother. We care about America first. So I just want to tell you that and say I love you no matter what race you are. I don't give a fuck about that. But I just wanted to let you know, thank you for giving me the opportunity to explain to everybody listening what's different about Minnesota. Why do people now have a negative taste in their mouth for ICE? I'm saying it's by design. I'm saying this was all done by design. This was all done by design. Let me show you an example of what's only happening in Minnesota that's causing all of the violent confrontations. This is only happening in Minnesota thus far.
Yeah, he's just our Somalian Uber driver, man.
Hey, how's it going?
You said his license plates are ICE?
Doing good, yeah. I was just saying, it looks like in our system, your plates came up as an ICE plate. That doesn't seem like it's the case. But I just wanted to come through and see what was up and talk to you, see how you were doing. Okay, I figured, yeah.
I mean, he's clearly Somalian.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well, glad to hear it. What's your name? Ali? Ali,
How long have you guys been out here today? Are we good though?
Yeah. We're good.
I do want to ask, what's the system you guys are using out here? I mean, because it's obvious that was wrong, right? I mean, the guy was just a Somali Uber driver,
totally.
not
Well,
ICE.
the thing is, ICE, they're renting a lot of cars, but yeah, we'll take this off the list. Yeah. Who y'all with?
We're honestly just from California, just independent photojournalists. Named,
Okay, do y'all have like a Twitter or something?
Jorge Ventura.
Jorge Ventura?
Yeah, Jorge Ventura.
All right, cool. Thank you.
How long has this been set up, man? Like, the images of this are going viral online. That's what we came. I don't know if you know if they're going viral. But.
Yeah, no, I heard that. People are people saying that, and a lot of the neighbors support what we're doing. So happy to be here.
Has local law enforcement said anything?
Not that we know of, no. But look, I gotta get back to this. I'm not trying to do no interview. All right.
Literally, this is why Renee Good is unalive. This is why Alex Pretti is unalive. This is a roadblock, and my brother asked, why is ICE getting this negative connotation? Why are people looking at ICE negatively? What's different about any other 600,000 deportations in 2025? Why now are people saying F ICE? What is making people hate ICE? There's an opposition that's being paid by outside entities in Minnesota who is purposely set up almost like a civil war. Almost like a civil war, purposely impeding federal officers from doing the job they have been able to do successfully without injury to them or to detainees, up to 600,000 for an entire year. For an entire year. And then they get to Minnesota and they face blockades as if it's Nazi Germany in World War II. There's a blockade. They had to move the wood to let the tractor trailer through so they can have goods and services. This is how goods and services get to the city. With these blockades, people might not have food and water. You see that right there? This was previously blocked. This is ICE, Minnesota ICE Watch. They are not legally authorized to be in the middle of the street. They are not legally authorized to block the streets. But I heard some idiot on the YouTube the other day say, oh, it's a free country. They could be in the street if they want to. No, they cannot be in the fucking street. You know what I said back to that idiot? I said there are rules to being a pedestrian. You know what I'm saying? I said, this motherfucker don't know what it is to be a pedestrian, but being a black man and being black in America my whole life, I've actually been pulled over for fucking walking. And I've had police fuck with me for not being a proper pedestrian, and police take the time out of their fucking day and explain to me the right rules of being a fucking pedestrian. So don't tell me no shit about freedom and that they can be in the fucking street. No, there's laws to being a fucking pedestrian. And they blocking the fucking street, which is illegal, and directing traffic like they have a right. We wouldn't have police and traffic monitors if this shit was legal. Look at this blockade that's been set up, closed due to ICE. If you guys recall, Renee Good, Anderson Cooper showed a video of Renee Good. Renee Good showed up on the scene early. Anderson Cooper and everybody talking about the Renee Good said, well, why did Renee Good get there so early? What was Renee Good doing there early? And Anderson Cooper mentioned that Renee Good got there. She was driving correctly on the right side of the street. And then Renee Good all of a sudden went perpendicular, blocking the street. And then we see Renee Good out of the window waving on fellow ICE Watch members and attempting, this is why you see Renee Good moving the car. Renee Good's wife, Rebecca Good, is out of the car harassing an ICE agent. F you, I'm a veteran. You want to come at me, big boy? You want to come at me, big boy? That's her wife, Becca Good. Renee Good is in the car jostling back and forth in the vehicle because she wants the ability. This is why she didn't cut the car off. If anybody's asking, Renee Good didn't cut the car off because she wants the ability to move the car forward and backward and block ICE agents. He wants the ability to let certain people through and block others, like the ICE agents. Alex Pretti, he shows up at Glam Donuts, and we have video of Alex Pretti standing in the middle of the street, just like these people here, waving on ICE Watch in an attempt to block ICE agents. Let's watch this video again and tell me this. Can you believe this? This is thank you to my brother for those super chats. Man versus Hulk. Thank you for I had this video queued up already. You know I already did my homework. Ain't God good? God work in mysterious ways. Because of your questions, because of your super chat, it led us to this video that I already had queued up. Minnesota ICE Watch with blockades. Minnesota ICE Watch with blockades. Do you see the Minnesota ICE Watch members with blockades ready to have confrontations? I wonder if they're armed. What will they do if ICE comes through? What have they been? I told you what they've been trained to do. They've been trained to assault federal officers, and be careful not to trigger the Leo response. Y'all know we in a full Leo moon. We in the residuals of a full Leo moon in Aquarius. And they in their manuals, it says when they teach them to assault ICE agents, it says be careful because you could be arrested for assaulting a federal officer, or you may trigger the Leo response. Remember when you heard and saw it first, Perfect Time Podcast.
Yeah, he's just our Somalian Uber driver, man.
Shout out to everybody who sends in the super chat. No matter what you say, you send in the super chat, I'm going to shout you out. And I'm going to say thank you and I love you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for watching. Thank you for leaving a comment. Thank you for being kind enough to send a super chat. And my brother said all he hears is a black man crying. Because you sent in a super chat, I'd like you to elaborate so we can respond to you. That's not enough information for me to give you an adequate, intelligent response. So go ahead and elaborate. Put that in the super chat also, and then we'll give you a response. Again, thank you, and I love you for watching, supporting, and continue to watch. What we're watching right now, in case you guys didn't know, but we're watching ICE Watch in Minnesota with the blockade. And the reason it's relevant, because my brother asked me earlier, why is ICE acting the way it's acting in Minnesota? And I just want to explain to everybody, this is why. ICE hasn't had resistance, opposition like this in any other state. The state officials have cooperated with ICE. We had 600,000 deportations in 2025, none of them violent, 80% of them criminal. And I explained to individuals what are happening. Do you remember Keith Ellison? Keith Ellison said, this isn't about deportees, they want our data. Yeah, motherfucker, we want the data. Stop being a fucking dick, Keith Ellison. We want the fucking data, like in every other fucking state. And we're only here because you got $19 billion worth of fucking fraud. And that's why you don't want to give up the data. Is anybody intelligent in the fucking chat? Is everybody a fucking blue, fucking purple hair protester, blue weenie sucker? Do you guys understand why Minnesota said no to the federal government and why Minnesota is causing all of this fucking problem? I said New Orleans said yes. Tennessee said yes. And we were able to deport 600,000 people in 2025 without incident because each state governor said yes. Now, what would give Minnesota pause? What would give Minnesota pause? Why would Minnesota resist the federal request? It's not an odd request. You know the federal government is coming. Donald Trump said it. He's gone to many states. He's already deported 600,000 people. He's coming to Minnesota last. Do you guys understand? Minnesota is so full of shit. This ain't the first motherfucking place we went to. We already went to New Orleans. We already went to Tennessee. We already went to North Carolina. We already went to California. Do you guys fucking understand? We already deported 600,000 motherfuckers. We show up to Minnesota late. We show up to Minnesota late in the fucking game. Why do I emphasize this? Why is this important? Because Tim Waltz and Jacob Fry knew the fucking score. when the federal government gets here, they're going to have some questions. The federal government is going to want to see our roles. Well, that's a fucking problem. Why? Because we got this fraud. And we've been trying to hide this fraud since 2020. Do you guys know how long they've been trying to hide this fraud? Tim Walz knew about the fraud. They had whistleblowers going back to the Biden administration. You don't know. You don't give a fuck. You just think orange man bad. Orange man bad. Orange man bad. They knew about the motherfucking fraud. They knew about the fraud and they've been trying to cover it the fuck up. Ilhan Omar is worth $30 fucking million, bro. So every state, Trump and the Homeland Security, Tom Homan, goes to the state and knocks on the door. Hi, Governor. I'm with Homeland Security. During the last administration, 10 to 20 million people came across the border without proper permission. We're here to help rectify that problem for the American people. The American people voted for Trump because they wanted us to help clean up and close the border. We can't go after everybody at Home Depot. This is Tom Homan talking to the governor. I don't have enough people to go after everybody at every Home Depot. So I don't want to go after Home Depot. To do this efficiently, sir, what I would need from you is I need you to open up your prison. I need you to open up your computer databases and give me certain data. Minnesota has said no. Minnesota, Keith Ellison is fighting the federal government not to open up their databases to Doge. Doge needs access to Minnesota database. Remember, we won in the Supreme Court. Washington had to give up the information. Just to give context, the same thing happened in Washington, you know, with that black female mayor and the black female chief of police. You know, that bitch stepped down. Did you know that? And the Supreme Court forced Washington to give up the data. So Tom Homan goes to Minnesota and says, I need access, brother. I'm not here to put white people in jail, black people in jail. I need access. I need specific things. What do you need, Tom? I need to know how many immigrants you have in your penal system. County, state, everybody in Minnesota who's arrested. Give it to Doge. Doge has supercomputing abilities. Doge could find out everybody that's arrested in Minnesota. And listen to what Tom Homan in Homeland Security has said. We don't even want all the immigrants that you have incarcerated. I just want to identify the immigrants you have incarcerated who are illegally here. You can have an immigrant incarcerated who's legally supposed to be here. Tom Homan doesn't want him. Tom Homan doesn't want him. Tom Homan is saying, give me the list of immigrants on welfare. I'm not going to arrest all the immigrants on welfare. I only want the immigrants on welfare who are criminals. Do you guys understand how this has happened for the entire 2025? Tom Homan went to Minnesota governor and said, I need access to your prisons, to your welfare, to your Medicaid, all of these entitlement programs. And this is how we've been successful in every other state. We've been able to arrest 10,000 people in 3 days because governors work with us. No incident, no news, no violence, none of that. No incident, no news, no violence, none of that. Because the governor works with the federal government. Yes, sir, President, Mr. President. Here are my roster. Here are my role. Minnesota had a reason to say no to Trump. They're trying to hide the fact that the Democratic leadership had knowledge of. They're trying to hide the fact that Democratic leadership had knowledge of the $19 billion Somali fraud. So how do we distract? Oh, so police, stand down. Let the police, let the people riot. Let the people create blockades. Let the people riot. Let the people create blockades in an effort to distract. Man versus Hope said, here you stating facts. It's funny because a lot of people in the black community are angry about the lack of social help. Illegals drain it dry. Double tap at the like button. Hey, brother, do you know I had people from Minnesota? I had some black conservative Republicans in my chat yesterday who said these people are not even from Minnesota. We're fed up and we want them to leave. I had somebody in my chat, a black conservative yesterday, say these people are not even from Minnesota and we want them to leave.
Hey, how's it going?
You said his license plates are ICE?
Doing good, yeah. I was just saying, it looks like in our system, your plates came up as an ICE plate. That doesn't seem like it's the case, but I just wanted to come through and see what was up and talk to you, see how you were doing. Okay, I figured, yeah.
I mean, he's clearly symbolic.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, glad to hear it. What's your name? Ali? Ali? Nice.
How long have you guys been out here today? Are we good though?
Yeah. We're good.
I do want to ask, what's the system you guys are using out here? I mean, because it's obvious that was wrong, right? I mean, the guy was just a Somali Uber driver, not
Well,
ICE.
the thing is, ICE, they're.
So do you understand what you're watching? This is a regular person from Minnesota, not police. He's not ICE. This is a regular person from Minnesota, a Minnesota ICE watch, accosting everyday American citizens because he believed the license plate was registered as ICE. So there's a couple questions you should be asking yourself. How the fuck does he know that? Same question you should be asking about how did they know about Renee Good, right? How did Alex Pretti know that the ICE would be there? So the Minnesota ICE Watch, if you haven't watched my show before, double tap hit the like button right now. I'm gonna ask everybody watching, if you're learning something, hit the like button. Because there's a congressman in Minnesota who is recruiting people to Minnesota ICE Watch. The name online, listen to this, let me help you out. The name online to the Signal group chat is called Minnesota Plates. So one of the things that they do is they write down the license plate of vehicles who they believe to be ICE. If you're wondering how all this works, how did Renee Good know to be there and that ICE would be there? Listen, in the training manual for Minnesota ICE Watch, they write down the license plate, make and model of the vehicle, and they compile an Excel spreadsheet. And if anyone sees any of the license plate or tagged ICE vehicles, they send out coordinated group chat messages to get people at the scene before ICE is able to set up. Now, let me repeat this again. On the day Alex Pretti was unalive, the Signal back chat went like this. Hurry up. We need backup. ICE is staging now. Hurry up. Get here quickly. We need backup. Burgundy Durango. ICE is staging. The goal was, we need you to get here before ICE sets up and is able to be productive. You hear me? The Signal back chat is telling them, hurry up. If you get here, this is why Renee Good is dead. She got a Signal message that told her, hurry up. If you get here now, you'll be able to get here before ICE is able to stage properly and you can impede them. That's why you have the violence, man versus Hulk. That's why this shit is happening. Y'all got me? That's why this shit is happening. This is not a police officer. It's the ICE Watch, regular everyday white boy, and he stopped the car because on his ICE Watch manifesto, it said this car belongs to ICE agents. And it turns out they're just Somalian Americans, and you just illegally kidnapped them. Do you guys know this is kidnapping? He just illegally kidnapped them. You guys in the chat said, show me your papers. Show me your papers. This is Minnesota ICE Watch, Democrat liberal, who just asked them to show fucking papers. Can y'all believe the hypocrisy, the motherfucking selective outrage?
Looks like in our system, your plates came up as an ICE plate.
Looks like in our system, your plates came up as an ICE plate. How the fuck do you know? This is how Renee Good and Alex Pretti ended up unalived. Did y'all know these details? Am I the first one? Hit the like button if you're learning something. Hit the like button if you're new here. Am I the first person explaining this to you about why Renee Good was there, how she got there, in what she was doing?
Hey, how's it going?
You see him stopping? That's illegal. It's kidnapping. The Somalian is scared. He stops. He thinks this white man is a police, some type of official.
You said his license plates are ICE?
Doing good, yeah. I was just saying, it looks like in our system, your plates came up as an ICE plate. That doesn't seem like it's the case, but I just wanted to come through and see.
What the fuck? He has a walkie-talkie. Y'all don't know what's going on in American streets. This is opposition. And y'all, they trick you into saying that the Republicans are bad. And while you are looking at Donald Trump because he's white and a billionaire, you are missing what is happening. What if this becomes America, where no longer police who are trained to stop and do stuff like this, but just everyday people who think they know what's right? A lot of you don't like me. Imagine if I decided to get off of this microphone and go in the street with my ideologies and just stop cars and say Trump is the best.
What was up and talk to you, see how you were doing. Okay, I figured, yeah.
I mean, he's clearly Somali.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well, glad to hear it. What's your name? Ali? Ali, nice.
How long have you guys been out here today? Are we good though?
Yeah, we're good.
I do want to ask, what's the system you guys are using out here? I mean, because it's obvious that was wrong, right? I mean, the guy was just a Somali Uber driver, not
Well,
ICE.
the thing is, ICE, they're renting a lot of cars, but yeah, we'll take this off the list. Yeah, who y'all with?
We're honestly just from California, just independent photojournalists. Names
Okay, do y'all have like a Twitter or something?
Jorge Ventura.
Jorge
Ventura.
All right, cool. Thank you.
How long has this been set up, man? Like, the images of this are going viral online. That's what we came. I don't know if you know if they're going viral. But.
Yeah, no, I heard that. People are people saying that, and a lot of the neighbors support what we're doing. So happy to be here.
Has local law enforcement said anything?
Not that we know of, no. But look, I gotta get back to this. I'm not trying to do no interview. All right.
Man, are you surprised? Y'all should be surprised at this shit. Y'all should be surprised at this shit, man. This is what's going on in America, man. This is what's going on. Leftists are demanding the firing of these federal agents for bringing an obese woman to the ground who obstructed an immigration enforcement operation. You're under arrest for making a threat to a federal agent. Do you firmly support the federal agent on this? I do. And I even said that Billie Eilish should be investigated for telling people to fight back. Billie Eilish should be investigated also for saying F ICE and telling people to fight back. Fight who? A federal officer? That's illegal, Billie Eilish. Let's go, MAGA.
I'm not resisting.
You're under arrest for making
No, I never said a threat. I never said anything. I know it's your name. I never said anything.
You got her, man. Hey.
I want you to let me go.
Stop resisting. Stop resisting.
I want you to let me go.
Let me go. Just comply. Stop resisting. Is she resisting? Do you agree with these officers? Are they in the right for how they had to arrest this obese woman? She's probably stronger and weighs more than them.
You're under arrest for making
No, I never said a threat. I never said anything. I know it's your name. I never said anything.
You got her, man. Hey.
That's a big one. He ain't got her yet. Look, he got his hand on the trigger. Do y'all see this? You cannot fight a federal officer. You cannot fight a federal officer. You cannot resist arrest. How many black people have been shot just like this? And all of my white brothers say, just fucking comply. Just fucking comply. Just put your hands behind your back and bail out. If you are innocent, place bail. Holy shit. Look at the gun. Look at the mask. He has his finger on the trigger. It's not worth dying. My little burrito, bambino, my little fat burrito. My little burrito, it's not worth dying, my little burrito.
I want you, let me go. Let me go. I love you, let me go. I'm not resisting.
You are resisting.
No, I never said a threat.
You're under
I
arrest
never
right
said
now.
anything.
She's resisting arrest. Right now, she's resisting arrest. I don't care.
got her, man. Hey.
She's resisting arrest. She's compounding her charges right now.
I want you, let me go.
He had to because outweighs him. He outweighs him. Why her reality don't never? Woman, especially an overweight woman, he's taking her to the ground because he's under arrest for making.
No, I never said a threat. I never said
under arrest. I don't care if you said a threat. That's it. I don't care what you said, what you think you said. You're gone, ma'am. That's it, ma'am. Stop resisting. Stop resisting. She won't put her hand. She got a cell phone in her hand. You could have thought that was a gun. There you go. You see the hand on the trigger. You see the hand on the trigger. You could have accidentally shot her and killed her. We could have had another death.
You're under arrest for making. No, I never said a threat. I never
said a threat. And that could have been somebody else dead right there. That could have been another dead body. What y'all think in the chat? What y'all think in the chat? Put a 1 in the chat if you think the federal agent is correct for taking her down. I want to take you down. You know I want to take you down. You know I got to take you down. Hey, MAGA's in town. You know I'm going to take you down. I'm going to take your big ass down. MAGA's in town. I'm going to take you down. I'm going to take your big ass down. Take her big ass down. She probably outweighed him. And you know what I'm saying? This is your job. You got to be able to handle it, man. You got to be able to handle it. Chaos in Chicago. Nick Shirley riding with ICE spots a car with 5 Russian illegals. Agents move in to detain and boom, a mob of leftist swarms out of nowhere blocks the agents and lets every single one escape. This is organized obstruction. You want to know why the violence is happening? You want to know why the violence is happening? It is orchestrated. Most times violence is often orchestrated. Very, very seldom do you have spontaneous organic violence. No, most times it's organized.
Here they have a Russian man that they found this morning as they're going out. I would not think the first people we were going to find today was going to be a Russian.
You know what? They come in all colors.
Vladimir's going to go take him back.
And while we were waiting, other ICE agents had identified a vehicle with 5 illegal migrants, and watch what happened when they go to try and make the arrest.
All right, go ahead. We'll take it down. Come on, let's take it down.
Take him down. Take him down. Let's take him down. Let's take him down. Almost like football. Did y'all see that?
Like all the protesters showed up. Whoa.
So she's saying we won. So ICE agents were trying to make an arrest, and here these Latinos came and then distracted the whole scene and started running, and the agents didn't know who to chase.
Like all the protesters showed up.
Hitting, violence, hitting the car.
All the people jumped out of the car. They all started running. 5 different people, 5 different ways. They didn't catch any of them, and they're running right now. We didn't get the guys, but we did get their car keys.
Yes, sir.
And how often does that happen when you guys hop out on somebody, then they all get loose?
If we don't catch up to them, we'll normally try to go back to see if there's any type of identification that fell out of them.
And click right here for the rest of the video.
Double tap, hit the like button, man. You're watching Perfect Timing Podcast, #1 with the blast. We are watching ICE rally, ICE protest, ICE rally, ICE protest. Are they rallies? Are they protests? These teenagers named Sam and Ben, but to federal immigration agents they interact with daily, these two boys wielding cell phones and taking down plate numbers are a duo known as the Brothers. These young brothers sacrificed normal teenage life to be in full-time ICE watchers in Minnesota. Is this not grooming, y'all? I said, look at that, how young this kid is. Do you think he has enough political knowledge? Do you think he has enough knowledge about the political parties? Do you think if I asked him what the platform of the DNC is, he can list maybe just one of the policies on the Democratic platform? What if I asked him about the RNC? Do you think he could list the younger guy? Do you think he could tell me what the RNC is? Tell me what the RNC means? In my chat, when I be having a bunch of trolls, I say, well, what does the DNC mean? Rarely is there someone who knows what the DNC is. Rarely is there someone who knows anything. I'm going to be honest, I've never had a Democrat tell me what is the policy in a Democratic platform and why that is the reason why you support the Democrats. Remember, Nicki Minaj just had a question asked. Why do you want to be a Republican? Why do you want to be in politics? What policy made you come over to the Republican Party? So I say a lot to Democrats. What on the Democratic platform, i.e. the DNC, is the reason why you're a Democrat? Could these children tell me that? That's why I say this is grooming. That's why I say this is grooming. And it's illegal. We have already established that for you to be doing this is illegal. You can't be writing down federal officers' license plates and shit like that. And what if the kids get killed? What if these kids trigger a Leo response? Are they purposely using white children to skirt federal law? Are they purposely using white children to skirt federal law? This is sick, y'all. Y'all see it? It says these young brothers sacrifice normal teenage life to be full-time ICE watchers. They're supposed to be going to school. They're supposed to be learning. Instead, they've become opposition to the federal government. And I don't think they know not what they do. What they say, out of the mouths of babes, ignorant as a child. As a child, I had childish ways, but when I became a man, like, this is perverted. It's perverted. And I wish it was AI. I wish I was making it up. Pritzker, the horrors inflicted by MAGA, they aren't dividing us anymore. They are uniting us. They are uniting Americans. J.B. Pritzker, Chicago governor, speaking on ICE. Double tap at the like button.
Because the horrors inflicted by MAGA aren't dividing us anymore. They're uniting us. They're uniting Americans against the tyranny of Donald Trump. Senate Democrats were right to block ICE's funding, but it's not enough. Kristi Noem needs to go. Stephen Miller needs to go. The monsters responsible for unleashing this havoc on American cities, whether they were firing at civilians in the streets or calling the shots from their cushy offices in Washington, need to be investigated and prosecuted. They need to know they will be held accountable. If we want our nation to remain a constitutional republic, this is the moment for courage.
He said investigated and prosecuted. Didn't he say investigated and prosecuted? That's what I heard. Investigated and prosecuted. Did you hear that? That's what I heard. He said investigated and prosecuted. I got something on investigated and prosecuted. Didn't he say that? Ain't that what he said? Y'all heard it. Y'all heard it, right? Didn't he say investigated and prosecuted? I just want to know, make sure before we get into this, because people are going to be trolling and making a bunch of BS. He said investigated and prosecuted, right? Ain't that what he said? Ain't that what he said? He talked about Trump. He talked about people on the right. So politicians on the right, it's perfectly fine for them to be Trump got 36 felonies, RICO charges. So it's perfectly fine for people on the right to be investigated and prosecuted. But everybody seems to cry for me, Argentina, when we start investigating and prosecuting the Democrats. The announcement follows claims from Republicans on the Oversight Committee that Clinton's ignored subpoenas and saw special treatment. Rejected those accusations, saying that the pair had negotiated in good faith and already provided sworn statements. Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton moving forward. Bill and Hillary Clinton agreed to testify in House Epstein investigation after contempt threats. They negotiate. Double tap at the like button. It's the first time you're hearing about this. Bill and Hillary Clinton agree to testify in House Epstein investigation after contempt threats. They negotiated in good faith. You did not, but the former president and former Secretary of State will be there. They look forward to setting a precedent that applies to everyone. Angel Urena, Deputy Chief of Staff of Bill Clinton. I don't want to hear that shit. Just get on the stand and answer the motherfucking question. Now, the context, give you context, they tried to negotiate what the questions could be. They tried to negotiate what the questions would be. They tried to say, don't ask me about Jeffrey. Did you believe that? Bill Clinton, like Kamala Harris, thought he could dictate to Congress what they could say to him, like he's a motherfucking king. Did you guys know that? Bill Clinton thought they could dictate to Congress what the fuck they could ask him, like he's a motherfucking king. Are you still president? Huh? Like you still president. You ain't still president. You ain't still president. Some people could argue you should have been impeached. You should have been impeached after what you did. Huh? You forgot what you did? Huh? With Monica Lewinsky? Did you forget what you did with Monica Lewinsky? I'm looking for what I had. I want to take you down. You know I want to take you down. You know I want to take you down. Let me take you down. You know I want to take you down.
Well, President Trump is unanimously by the committee in a bipartisan manner. We will move next week in the House Oversight Committee markup to hold former President Clinton in contempt of Congress. Yeah, so with that, be happy to answer any questions real quick. Mr. Chairman, anybody on the committee? Well, President Trump has answered thousands of questions about Jeffrey Epstein. In fact, I would say today, well, you all ask him questions every day. He answers questions every day about Epstein. Well, you can't bring in a current president of the United States, and you all know that. So, but President Trump has answered thousands of questions about Epstein. I bet today, at some point, some of you all will ask President Trump questions about Epstein. He answers those questions. To my knowledge, former President Clinton has never answered questions about Epstein, and we just have questions because, again, I think anyone would admit they spent a lot of time together while Bill Clinton was president.
Now we got it. What y'all think? What do Bill Clinton have to add to the Epstein investigation? Bill Clinton has agreed.
Unanimously by the committee in a bipartisan manner, we will move.
Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton gonna testify. Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton gonna testify. How y'all feel about that? Double tap at the like button. You hear it here first. Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton agree to testify. I was looking, single classified nonsense email reply from her personal private email server was enough to get Trump, the entire GOP, and the Trump House weasels to subpoena Hillary Clinton for 10 hearings and threat of jail. Yeah, I just wanted to see if subpoena, not a warrant, claim, skipping the subpoena step. I just wanted to see if I had something else on when they want to deny what questions will be asked. Bill and Hillary Clinton now agree to testify before Congress. Epstein, newly released Epstein files allege ex-U.S. ambassador to Mexico, Earl Anthony Wayne, was hanging out with Epstein, up to no good.
Agreement overnight. The committee will return to continue the hearing on the.
Now they're going to testify. Now they're going to testify. We got the Clintons testifying. We got the Clintons testifying. What else we going to go to today? I wasn't really done with that ICE. Let me see what else I had. Got the shutdown. So these were the kids walking out and that teacher condoning the walk.
No ICE! No KKK! No fascist USA! No ICE! No KKK! No fascist USA!
The students at Roosevelt High School have decided to come out today to say that ICE has no place in our communities, and we are here to support them. Roosevelt High School has an incredible tradition.
ICE has no business here!
What else I got on this? I got some more. I got some more. Y'all would not believe the shit that happened. I showed y'all that attack. That's fake. This is more kids. This is what they did. This is what they did. We let them out of school on Friday. It was not voted. It was not sanctioned. I don't know who even had the idea, because I got an email from the superintendent. I would love to unpack how this ICE protest that involved kids happened. Because I called my student, I called my principal, I called everybody. What the fuck is this? My kid is not going to no fucking protest. You know how black fathers be involved with the school, right? No, Mr. Perfect, we're not participating. Your child is not going to I said, is the fucking teacher, because it's a purple hair teacher, right? Is the fucking teacher going? No, Mr. Perfect, the teacher is gonna stay here. All we wanted to let you know is that if you want to participate, you gotta sign your kid out. That's gonna be our policy. I got an email from school telling me that they were doing a walkout. Let's look at the video, what they did with the time. This is what they do. This is what they doing. Your school in Indiana did a walkout against ICE. This is the Indiana walkout against ICE. No supervision. No police. Again, using school property, school posters. Hanging out of cars. What's this? What's the adult saying? Hanging out of cars. That was an adult. That was an adult. You see that? That was an adult. That was an adult showing solidarity. Look at that. Instead of helping the situation, keeping the kids calm, this is perverted. They standing on top of cars, blocking the gas station, blocking the roads, civil unrest. This is not peaceful protest. Look at the white dude. Look at the white dude trying to tell him to get out the street. Get the fuck out the street so people can drive and go home. Y'all see this? Y'all now they're attacking cars. Look at this. Look at this. I knew it was going to turn violent. How many people knew it was going to turn violent? I knew it was going to turn violent. Look at this shit. I hope this is their car. They're standing on top of cars. Now look at this guy. He's trying to stop him. Trying to get him the fuck out the street. And now I see somebody with a yellow vest on. Now we see kids attacking another car. Now remember the video I played earlier of the children attacking a car of someone who drive by and unaware of the protest, had on his MAGA hat. Looked like he wear it every day. And the kids seen him and attacked him like a fucking dog. Attacked him like a fucking dog. Can't make this shit up. How many people knew about these protests involving children that became violent on Friday? How many people knew about these protests involving children that became violent on last Friday? Purpose of the podcast with the blast, letting you know what's really going on in America. Look, dancing on cars. And this is school hours. Shirt off, blocking the roads. In the middle, look at police. Look at the police not doing nothing, backing up, allowing them. This is not peaceful protest. I see teachers. I saw a white lady in here. So the teachers are okay with this civil unrest. You would think the teachers would teach them how to properly protest. You remember sit-ins with civil rights, nonviolence? People showed up in suits and ties to protest. Look at the adult with two bullhorns, organizing the kids. These are grooming campaigns, I think. These are grooming campaigns. And an adult got involved, just like the other adult. They got beat up. They're attacking a car. Blocked. They're in the middle of a four-way intersection. This is traffic. How many cities have I shown? How much of this do you got to see? This is what's going on. How much of this do you got to see? Defund every single one of the schools. I agree. I agree. Defund every one of those schools because they were supposed to be in school and we paid money for them to be in school. Let's take a look at this. This is the ICE Watch protest. Stand up, walk out, fight for justice. SHS walk out against ICE Friday, February 6, 2 p.m. right after Roar ends. Students will walk out on February 6 to stand against ICE. Remember, this is a protest, not an excuse to go home. Either you join or you stay in school. We will meet outside in the back parking lot. And what did they do? That was the sign. And then let's show what they did. Let's show. This is what they did. This is what they did. Followed them into the street, attacking the pedestrian. Police were called. Did you guys know police were called? Central Texas students walk out over ICE raids leading to clashes and probes. Hundreds of students from districts like Hay, Manor, and others clashed without permission to protest ICE, walk out, workplace raids, and deportations. A video from Hayes shows students surrounding and pushing a man into a truck who argued with them. Buda police are investigating it as a fight, while Kyle police arrested 2 juveniles for resisting arrest. Did that look like a fight to you guys? Did this look like a fight to you guys? I didn't see a fight. They said this is a fight. I see 10. Is this a fight? Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 against 1. Is this a fight? 4 kids come. They drag you down. Is this a fight? Put a 1 in the chat if you think this is a fight. Police are saying this is a fight. Put a 1 in the chat if you think this is a fight. I disagree. I think he's being mobbed. These are kids. Look at this. This is our youth. This person looks sick, bro. They look mentally ill, bro. Y'all see that picture? They look like they on medication. This is not a good look for America. That person looks sick and on medication. This person does not look like they have the faculties to make a proper political decision. These children are not educated to the point where they can make this political decision. This is fucking sick. It's fucking sick. You go a beautiful white woman. Remember Patrice O'Neal said that's a high quality white woman. Man, God rest the soul of Patrice O'Neal. I really miss Patrice O'Neal. Remember that special, The Elephant in the Room, and it was a black guy in the audience with a gorgeous white woman. He said, man, where you get that white woman? That's a quality white woman right there. White House press secretary called a white woman speaking up on the Billie Eilish situation. Let's go, MAGA.
I think it's very ironic and frankly sad to see celebrities who live in gated communities with private security, with millions of dollars to spend protecting themselves, trying to just demonize, law enforcement, public servants who work for the United States government to enforce our nation's laws. And you didn't hear this same type of uproar from celebrities in Hollywood when the previous administration allowed an invasion of our nation's borders and allowed innocent women and girls like Jocelyn Nungaray and Laken Riley to be killed and raped and murdered at the hands of people who should have never been in our country in the first place. And now you have law enforcement who are simply trying to do their jobs to remove violent predators like those who took the lives of innocent Americans. There was no uproar from Hollywood and the elitist crowd at the Grammys then, but there is now. And I think that speaks to the unfortunate irony that we're seeing in Hollywood today.
Excellent point. Excellent point. Quality white woman right there. Beautiful, beautiful white woman right there. And we do love the white women. We do love the white women. What else we got today? We got the shutdown. We got Colombia. Y'all want to do the shutdown? Y'all want to do Colombia? What we doing? More ice? More ice? Massive group of ICE agents just rushed and tased anti-rioters blocking the gates of Newark facility. This is crazy what's going on right now. Have you guys seen this? Man, this shit is crazy, man. I'm telling you, man.
Back up. Just go to the other side of the line. Go to the other side of the line. Get up and go! Get up and go! Get up and go! Get out! Stay right there! Get on the side! Get up and go! Get
New York ICE versus federal agents. They came to their facility and tried to break in. This is the result.
Back up. Just go to the other side of the line. Go to the other side of the line. Get up and go. Get up and go. Get up. Get out. Stay right there. Get inside. Get up and go. Get up. We won't be close.
They are attacking federal agents at their place. They go into hotels. They go into the office. We saw in LA where they put a dumpster in front of the federal office and set it on fire before LAPD came and helped. That was LA. This is New Jersey. So nationwide, we having this unrest.
Back up. Just go to the other side of the line. Go to the other side of the line. Get up and go. Get up and go. Get up. Stay right there. Get inside. Get up and go. Get up. We won't be close.
Double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube. Let's get it going. #1 podcast on YouTube. Double tap at the like button. Leftists are pissed off because just like you got an ICE watch, now federal agents are keeping track of ICE watch. Let's go, MAGA.
This is a shocking story. An ICE protester says that her global entry and TSA pre-check privileges were revoked 3 days after an incident in which an ICE agent scanned her face while she was observing them on the streets. Ars Technica is reporting that 56-year-old Minnesota resident Nicole Cleland was volunteering with a group that tracks potential ICE and Border Patrol vehicles in the neighborhood when she observed a white Dodge Ram being driven by federal agents. She said she followed the car for a short time from a safe distance when two other vehicles being driven by federal agents stopped in front of the Dodge Ram and blocked her path. An agent then exited the vehicle and told her that they had performed facial recognition on her and said that she was impeding their work, warning that if she did it again, she would be arrested. She drove away, and then 3 days later, she received an email notification that her global entry and TSA pre-check privileges for airport security had been revoked, with a message telling her that she may have been found in violation of customs and immigration regulations. Federal agents have been known to be using this facial recognition software during these recent raids. Cleland has since filed a declaration about ICE's actions with the district court in Minnesota. We're going to stay on top of this all and more, so spread the word and follow for more.
I love it. Consequences. Consequences. There's always consequences, baby. There's always consequences, baby. There's always consequences, baby. This is ICE agents in the operation again being harassed. So what do you notice from what I've taught you so far? What do you notice from what I've taught you so far? That ICE Watch is there first. Do you guys notice that? ICE Watch is there first. You hear the whistles, you see the opposition. They've already been told that ICE is on their way to this location to stage an arrest. ICE Watch got there first. That's why you see the whistles, and they're trying to distract and impede the federal officers from administering the warrant. You guys understand what's happening? Let's watch. Because a lot of people, when they watch these, they don't know how to watch these. What you should be asking yourself is, how the hell did the people get there before ICE and all of the people with the whistles, and why are they there? We know ICE is there to arrest somebody. How did all these people know that ICE would be here at this time? That's the question. You hear him screaming, "We got a number, we got a number." So when ICE pulls up, get out the car, they're writing down the license plate. You hear that? It's gonna keep happening.
Oh, you fucking coward! You
Shut up.
cowardly little bitch!
It's gonna keep happening. He's throwing tear gas. The whole park is full of ICE Watch. ICE Watch knew that they were coming there, and they filled up the whole park. He's still resisting arrest. He's not able. This is how Alex Pretti got unalived. Because the federal agent is in danger, because all these people are around, and also he is in danger. You broke the law. At this point, brother, you have to comply. It's like they don't know about Black Lives Matter. At this point, brother, you have to comply. You under arrest. You can fight it in court. It's done, bro. You can fight it in court. You under arrest, bro. You got to comply at this point. And he still is resisting arrest, putting his life in danger, in the life of the federal officer in danger. God damn.
Fuck you! Fuck you!
White people. All these fucking white people. Fucking white. I said start deporting. This Midwest, Minnesota got the Ludusvig, you know, that nasty ass fish that they soak and lie. Start deporting these Amish, start deporting these Danish. These white people want to keep arguing. Start deporting German immigrants. You know what I'm saying, man? Send these motherfuckers back to Dane and Swiss and all Poland, Slavic motherfuckers, man. I say start deporting these white motherfuckers, man.
Couple of big guys right there. Big man. You guys just have some sort of fucking complex. Piece of shit. Let's fucking go. Fuck you. Your parents failed.
Imagine trying to do your job like this. The entire park is surrounded by Minnesota Ice Watch. The liberal media paints the picture as if this is a spontaneous organic event where these are just random white people with whistles. It's fucking hilarious. No, these are not random white people with whistles. This is Minnesota Ice Watch. They have been told to get here to interrupt the ICE arrest and staging. And that's what they did. He volunteered to get arrested. Do y'all know they did this as civil rights? They did this as civil rights. He volunteered to get arrested so that the illegal alien that they wanted to arrest and had a warrant could get away. They did this in civil rights. This shit ain't new tactics. Let's go. Back up and shut the fuck up. Nobody talking when I'm talking, fellas, so shut the fuck up.
Sir, there is an ordinance provided by the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. You're permitting illegal staging on park grounds. So I'm documenting to send to our legal team. What you are doing is violating that resolution.
Fuck your local ordinance. Fuck your local ordinance. This is why I do my show. This is why I do my show. Fuck your local ordinance. These are federal officers empowered by the federal government and the Constitution. Tom Homan, Homeland Security, has said no local, state, or municipality can stop them or obstruct them in their fucking duties. Let's go, MAGA. The sick part is they fucking believe it. Maybe because they didn't go to school. You know what I'm saying? Maybe because they got out of school early to go fucking dance. The sick part is this bitch thinks she's right. Coming up to a federal officer, you're going to get fucking put in jail, bitch, and go to federal prison, bitch, because federal law is supreme over local and state and municipal law. I'm not saying that's not a law, bitch. Can y'all help her out? We're not saying that's not a law. We get it. It's a local, but they don't understand. Remember when we first started, we said maritime law. Remember we talked about civil law, probate law, municipal law, state law. Remember I broke it all down to you? I broke all these different levels down. That's why we have different courts. Immigration law. That's why they go to an immigration judge. They don't go to the same judge we go to because they're not privy to the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. They don't, in their court, they don't have the seal above the judge. It's very different. An immigration court is very different than the court me and you go to because the rights we're privy to and what that judge can and cannot do is very different than in immigration. Is anybody fucking listening? Federal officers. ICE is an acronym. Their ability and duty supersede that bullshit she just said. Let's listen again. Did you guys know that? Did you guys know that? That's why they came out and
This is a
said, yeah.
shocking story. An ICE protester says that her global entry and TSA pre-check privileges were revoked 3 days after an incident in which an ICE agent scanned her face while she was observing them on the streets. Ars Technica is
Yeah, what the fuck is that? The fuck is that?
Sir, there is an ordinance provided by the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. You're permitting illegal staging on park grounds. So I'm documenting to send to our legal team. What you are doing is violating that resolution. You need to leave. You need to leave. You need to go.
They start clapping like a bunch of guys.
Minnesota resident Nicole
Oh man, come on, man.
A group that tracks potential
Come on, man, with the bullshit, man. Come on with the bullshit, man. Quit fucking with me, man. Quit fucking with me, man. Where is it? I can't even find it. So I can get rid of that motherfucker, man. Quit fucking with me, man. Quit fucking with me, man. Shit. Play it again, Sam.
It is against the law to stage in Minneapolis parks. You need to go. This is parkland.
I think he's Googling it. We're sure.
Yeah.
Go on.
If you'd like to.
We're not Googling it, bitch. We got federal supremacy over your local municipalities. Fuck your park law, bitch. We empowered by the federal government and the Constitution. We shit on that shit. They ain't never seen Law and Order SVU. You know what I'm saying? They ain't never seen Law and Order SVU. The FBI. Just imagine if it was the FBI and they were doing a kidnapping investigation. They don't give a fuck about that shit. The FBI don't give a fuck. And get the fuck out of my face. This is a federal investigation, bitch. Matter of fact, since I'm from the federal government, bitch, and you want to say that stupid shit, bitch, this whole park is mine. Huh? What do you mean? This whole park is mine, bitch. The whole park is mine. Get the fuck out the park. The whole park is mine, bitch. I'm seizing the park under federal law, bitch. Get out the park till I'm done my investigation. And I might shut the whole park down for 30 days. I might shut this whole fucking public park down for 30 fucking days. You stupid bitch. I don't understand it, man. They're fucking idiots, bro. If the FBI was doing a kidnapping investigation, and ICE is an acronym, just like ATF and FBI, ICE can shut down the entire fucking park and tell that stupid bitch this is now a federal investigation. Huh? This is now a federal investigation. You know, all of you dummies can kiss my ass. This is now, because you've been listening to all the purple hair protesters and CNN and MSNBC talk down. 90% of the media has been negative toward ICE. How many people understand that ICE is an acronym the same as ATF and FBI? Excuse me, just like ATF and FBI, if the ATF, DEA, alcohol, tobacco, firearms in the DEA, better not run up on me when I'm off that Grandma Ye. But what if they snap you and throw your ass in the trunk? If it was a fifth, all of us would be drunk. What if they slap you and throw your ass in the trunk? If it was a fifth, all of us would be drunk. It's a federal officer. It's a federal agency. It's a federal officer. Just like the police, the sad part is the police are local. The police are not empowered by federal law. You remember what Homeland Security said about ICE agents, federal officers? They have an obligation to the Constitution. They have an obligation. They're not only sworn, they have an obligation. These are federal officers empowered by the Constitution and the federal government. Extremely different than a police officer. You guys must do your research. It is very different. Federal officer empowered by the Constitution and the federal government. You have local municipalities that empower police. Federal law is supreme. That's all. I'm sorry that you're stupid.
To roll down your window and talk to me, I would be happy to do so. It is illegal to stage immigration activity on park land, and you need to go. Look at
If the state and local, we have supremacy. We don't abide by that state.
And I will be sending this to our legal team. Immigration MPRB legal at minneapolisparks.org for any activity of ICE staging in the parks.
Say it again.
Immigration MPRB legal at minneapolisparks.org.
It's worth noting this dude has a little wristband from a bar that says
Over
Forever
21.
21 on his arm.
Doesn't fucking matter. They don't understand federal law. She thinks she was right. That's why they be blocking the street and doing all the shit that they doing. What's this right here? What's this right here? Moments ago, I was just assaulted by left-wing activists in South Minneapolis for reporting on a roadblock protesters set up and checking cars for IDs. I can't make this up. The Democrats are lying to you, saying that they want freedom, and they're actually the real Gestapo. Look at the Democrat with the mask on. Look at your left. Look at the left guy with the mask.
Our Uber driver. Here, let's just get out of here.
With the mask on. They're supposed to be Democrats. They're supposed to be for the people. And they're the ones checking IDs. Do y'all remember back in the year that should not be named how these same Democratic lefties felt about conservatives like you and me who did not want to get the jab? Remember me and you said, I'm not getting the jab. Do you remember what the Democrat lefty said? Let them die. If they don't get the jab, they shouldn't go to the hospital. Let them die. And then they laughed. You know how they laughed at Charlie Kirk? Remember when they laughed? The liberals, the Democrats, Gavin Newsom was the most strict governor, and Gavin Newsom cheated. Nancy Pelosi was the most strict congresswoman, and she cheated. Gavin Newsom said no church, 6 degrees of separation, but Gavin Newsom went to the French Laundry. They told you to do all of these things. And when conservative Republicans, just because we like being an asshole sometime, conservative MAGA Republicans said, fuck that shit. We ain't taking that shit. You can't make me. I'm a free American. And what did Democrats say? Democrats said, well, they shouldn't be able to go to the hospital. They shouldn't be able to go to the store. They should have to just die. And it turns out all of you fucking dummies took that shit. And thank God RFK is at the motherfucking CDC. Because you all took that shit and you pointed the finger and you called us stupid and you said, let them die. And now all you motherfuckers is fucked up by that shit. RFK said 80% of the people who took that shit has had bad effects. RFK said people died from that shit. I can't even say it because, you know, YouTube will ban you. But thank God RFK and Donald Trump won and appointed RFK because we can be honest about this shit. Because now the CDC and RFK is saying we are vindicated. All the MAGA conservatives who said you can't force me to do that shit, who quit their job as a nurse, who quit their job as a firefighter, who quit their job as a police officer, we celebrate you today. Because they made you quit your job. They didn't give you your religious exemption. They made you quit. We lost 75,000 nurses because they wouldn't give you your religious exemption. And just like me, I worked in healthcare 15 years. The nurses knew better. The nurses knew better. They knew about that company. Then I knew that company. I knew that company. That company is not a new company. So the nurses like, what company is making it? Oh, hell no, I'm not taking it. We lost 75,000 nurses. Because they knew that company. They were familiar with their processes. I'm not putting that shit in my body. Fuck you. I'm American. You can't make me. And the liberal Democrats said, let them die. They shouldn't be able to go to the doctor. They can't go to the grocery store. I don't want to be around them. Let them die. That's what they said. So let's watch the video and let's see how these liberal Democrats are manifesting their liberalism.
Oh, look, they said that these cars actually look like ice, and they're actually following them. So we're actually seeing this in real time. Hey, how you doing, man? You're right next to me. I can film here, buddy. It's a public sidewalk. So it seems like they're turning around a vehicle. I got one guy following me. Why did you try to steal my phone right now?
So someone tried to steal the phone. Someone physically, this is not legal, bro. That you should call the police, and I would wait there until police showed up and pressed charges for assault and theft. Do y'all see this shit? ICE had to go to Supreme Court to wear masks. These citizens are not legally allowed to wear masks, stop traffic, and assault citizens. What the fuck is we seeing? Do you guys realize, I queued up the video, you may be new here. These are not ICE agents. These are Minnesota ICE Watch, everyday white people harassing citizens trying to document what they are doing. So ICE Watch says it's my First Amendment right to document the federal officers, but ICE Watch wants to be violent against independent media who wants to document them. You understand how the Hunger Games occurs? Let's watch.
You guys gotta get out of here, man. Why'd you try to steal my phone right now, man?
You can't tell us.
Or Uber driver. Here, let's just get out of here.
I'm saying, get out of here. Go away. You guys gotta get out of here.
Why'd you try to steal my phone right now, man?
Go. Get out of here. Go.
You're harassing a Uber driver. Go. Here, let's just get out of here.
I'm saying.
Oh, no, he's pushing me, man. Go to me.
Can't assault me, man. Get out of here. Can't assault me, man. Y'all need to get out of here. Can't assault me, man. Y'all need to get out of here. Y'all need to get out of here. Can't assault me. Get in the car and get out of here. Y'all need to get on out of here.
So they're assaulting me and my photojournalist. Got it all on video.
That's kidnapping. That's kidnapping. That's assault. These are not police officers. These are everyday white people. These are everyday white Democrats wearing masks, assaulting, committing theft, armed robbery, kidnapping. This is what you, every day people say First Amendment, every day. This happened in Chaz and Chop. These people get power hungry. That's why you have police, judges, Congress people. We need checks and balances on humans because humans get power hungry, right? Don't you see what's happening? They are getting power hungry because no one is checking their power and they think they have a right. Something told them they're in power to walk around with masks, walkie-talkies, and pick and choose who has the ability to actually live this American dream. I have a freedom to be on this street, brother. And you're telling me I have to leave. Are you a police officer? Because this is like gang violence at this. What I'm seeing now is Minnesota ICE Watch now can be called a gang. This is gang violence. And I think the feds need to come in with a RICO for Minnesota ICE Watch. You heard it here first. The feds need to come in with a RICO for Minnesota ICE Watch because this is gang violence. This is what gangs do. If you go to the wrong neighborhood, the gang will beat you up and make you leave so they can continue to sell dope. You can't just show up in every block in America. If you show up on a block in the wrong neighborhood, they say, get the fuck out of here. Why? Because we're criminals and we're selling drugs and we don't want anyone to watch us. So why would Minnesota ICE Watch do the same thing as gangs do? Why would Minnesota ICE Watch not be okay with being documented? Let's watch it again.
Here, let's just get out of here. Oh, no, he's pushing me, man. Go to me.
See the guys pushing them into the car. The guy's pushing them in the car, and he's saying, y'all need to get out of here. This is gang violence. This is gang violence. This is gangland style mafiosos. Look at him stalking him, pushing him, stalking him, pushing him in the car.
Y'all need to get out of here. Y'all need to get out of here. Get us over. Get in the car and get out of here.
Look, did you see that? Did you see that? This is gangland violence.
So they're assaulting me and my photojournalist. Got it all on video. They actually tried to steal my phone, but unsuccessful. And you're gonna get blasted all over the internet, buddy. That's a tough guy over there. Big guy over there couldn't even steal my phone. And I'm smaller than you.
You see this shit? Do you see this shit? Beat his ass, bro. Beat his ass, bro.
You can't assault me.
Beat his fucking ass.
You can't. Get in the fucking car, man. Go away. So they're assaulting me and my photojournalist. Got it all on video. They actually tried to steal my phone, but unsuccessful. And you're gonna get blasted all over the internet, buddy.
You're going to get blasted all over the internet. That is just grounds for RICO. Ice Watch is a gang.
Oh, look, they said
Ice Watch is a gang. You heard it here first. The good people of Minneapolis run off an on-duty terror squad having breakfast yesterday at a Mexican spot. So now ICE agents can't even eat breakfast. You know what's funny? They Mexican. Have you noticed that a lot of the ICE employees are Latino? So these are some Latino Americans who work for ICE because it's a good job. Think about how stupid this is, fucking white people. So Latino Americans have a good job. And what do Latino Americans do? What do they do? This is why the Latin community is doing so well. The Mexican American community is doing so well in America. They spend money with their own. They support their own. Despite you think that because they have a job, they're anti-Latin. No, they're not. They're Mexican Americans. They have a job. And like most Mexican Americans, they're loyal. So with their $100,000 salary, you know what they did? They probably going to leave a huge tip. I hope they got a chance to leave a tip. But they went to a mom and pop restaurant, not a chain restaurant. These Latino men who happen to be ICE agents went to a mom and pop restaurant to spend their hard-earned money. ICE agents make $100,000 a piece. So instead of allowing them to give money to their community, to be commerce, to create commerce, this is so fucking stupid. Instead of allowing them to spend their money with Mexican, they kick them out the restaurant. Oh shit. Oh shit. So just to tee up the video, what we're watching is Minnesota ICE Watch. I'm glad God is so good. Can we get God is good in the chat? God is good because the order this video rolled out, I didn't do it purposely, but it's perfect. It's perfect timing. So I just taught you that ICE Watch writes down license plates. We just played a video of ICE Watch gang members attacking independent media and then stopping a car full of Somali Americans based on the fact that they had written down the license plate previously, and they stopped the car illegally, kidnapped the driver to find out whether or not he was ICE. So here it is. Let me cue up this video, because you might be saying, well, how did they know that these men in the restaurant are ICE agents? Right, they take pictures, they write down a license plate. So you might say, how did they know the men in the restaurant are ICE agents? And so what happens? So think about this. You're in a restaurant, you're having breakfast, and then 100 people show up. So the other question is, well, how does all the people get there? So they write down the license plate, and then they do what they did with Alex Pretti and Renee Good. They send out a signal group chat to ICE Watch gang members, and then they all show up to the restaurant. Hurry, quickly, we have 5 ICE agents having breakfast at El Taqueria, and they all show up. That's what we're watching. Back to the video.
Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out of here, you fucking bastard! Yeah! Fucking bastard! Cover your damn face! Cover your damn face! Fucking bitch! Fuck you! Fuck you! Where's your license plate, you piece of shit? Get the fuck out of our neighborhood! Get the fuck out of our neighborhood! Get the fuck out of our neighborhood! You're fucking decoy! I'm telling you, you're Move! Move! Yalla! Get the fuck out of here! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
You know what I'm learning also? You know what I realize also? That's a tactic. You know, I've watched enough of these videos that I keep hearing this same voice. It's this white man with this deep voice. It's like a metal voice. Who listens to rock and roll and metal? In every one of these Ice Watch instances, there's a white man with this heavy metal voice hurling these slurs, and it seems like it just clicked to me. He's trying to trigger the Leo response. I've argued before that the deaths of Renee Good and Alex Pretti were on purpose. They are purposely causing this type of friction, and they want the violence. The violent helps them in their efforts. Listen to this guy in the background and him hurling this slur. It's like a heavy metal. And remember, we heard it when we just played the video at the park. It seems like it's part of the tactic. You hear it? Same voice every time. And these people don't even live there. I had people from Minnesota come on stage and tell me these people don't even live there. This is just part of a training mechanism.
Get the fuck out of our neighborhood! Get the fuck out of our neighborhood! You're fucking decoy! I'm telling you, you're Move! Move! Yalla! Get the fuck out of here! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
It's always that guy, right? Trying to trigger a response. That's part of it. That's a tactic to get them to respond and be violent so that this could be a viral situation and it helps their cause. You guys understand? Earlier, someone asked, Man versus Hulk asked, why is ICE acting this way? I'm giving you the breakdown. And I'm giving you it's the whistles, it's the surrounding. All of these are trained tactics They've been given whistles. They've been trained how to interact, and including that yelling guy. He's in every video. Now they're blocking the street. This is a gang. This is gang violence. These guys are so well-mannered. Maybe you notice they didn't have their guns. They're at a disadvantage. They didn't have their uniforms. They don't have their bulletproof vests. They don't have their weapons. They're just eating breakfast. And this is how we treat people who have a job in America. And now they're blocking them. I think these people should be lucky that they didn't have their guns and their bulletproof vests, because this is an unsafe situation. Hella unsafe. Now, and then they want to follow him. And then they want to follow him. How dangerous, you guys. How dangerous. I didn't even realize as I watched, I was so laughing at the fact that they were Mexicans and they were trying to eat at a Mexican restaurant, and they basically stopped them for patronizing a Mexican restaurant. I just realized that they didn't even have on their uniforms. They were at a complete disadvantage. How would you guys feel if they got hurt?
Progress, and we have several ongoing investigations. And remember what was happening in December, Laura. We had a massive fraud going on all through Minneapolis, all through Minnesota, and suddenly it turned almost on a dime, and it became suddenly all about ICE, all about getting ICE out and how horrible ICE was doing. But really what we have here is a massive underground fraud network operating in Minneapolis, and we had a very strong pushback when we raised our hands and said stop. And so, yes, we have multiple investigations going on. We sent prosecutors.
I don't know if you're trolling, but I'm gonna put you on timeout anyway, because I don't like the tenor of your message. And the reason I stopped to highlight your message is, oh yeah, you trolling, you out of here. The reason I stopped to highlight that message is because why? What happened after a week after Charlie Kirk was assassinated? There was an ICE shooting in Dallas. You know what was left out? Independent MAGA media covered the story of the ICE Dallas shooting. You know what was left out of the ICE Dallas shooting? The back chat, the group chat, the ICE Watch style tactics training, grooming. The young white man who shot at Dallas ICE a week after Charlie Kirk assassination. I know you forgot about it. He injured the immigrant. Someone in the chat was trolling, talking about no ICE agents have been. He injured an immigrant. He wrote on the shell casings. Just like the guy who assassinated Charlie Kirk wrote on the shell casings, the guy in Dallas a week later with a high-powered rifle, just like with Charlie Kirk, R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. God bless his children. God bless the memory of Charlie Kirk. God rest his soul. God rest his soul. God bless his memory. Just like with Charlie Kirk, a high-powered rifle from a young white man, and he wrote on the shell casings. He also said in back chat, just like Signal, just like with Charlie Kirk, he also said in back chat channels that he did this because he wanted ICE agents to be afraid. He said he did this because he wanted ICE agents to be afraid to go to work. He wrote ICE out on the bullet shells. And if he wasn't such a young purple-haired protester like the guy I just blocked, he would have killed the ICE agent. But because he was a piece of shit Democrat liberal purple-haired protester who didn't know how to shoot a gun, he actually shot the people he wanted to protect. That's why this liberal democratic shit is so dangerous. In the Dallas ICE shooting, he did not hit his intended target. He actually hit one of the migrants. And I think it was a woman. It's fucking sad, bro. It's fucking sad, bro. Why you guys want to justify all this violence? Who ends up getting hurt? Just like in the video I showed. You know who ends up getting pushed on and the phone stolen is other Americans, not ICE agents. not ICE agents. You're fucking with other Americans and you fucking shot an immigrant. You fucking idiot. Do y'all remember that? Y'all remember that? Instead of shooting the ICE agent, he made a mistake. He missed. And he hit an immigrant. Can't make this shit up. Can't make this shit up.
Prosecutor from Maine Justice. We sent prosecutors from other U.S. attorneys' offices all over the country, and we're making progress every day.
I mean, I can't tell you.
Progress, and we have several ongoing
making progress.
investigations. And remember what was happening in December, Laura? We had a massive fraud going on all through Minneapolis, all through Minnesota, and suddenly it turned. It turned almost on a dime, and it became suddenly all about ICE, all about getting ICE out and how horrible ICE was doing. But really what we have here is a massive underground fraud network operating in Minneapolis, and we had a very strong pushback when we raised our hands and said stop. And so, yes, we have multiple investigations going on. We sent prosecutors from Maine Justice. We sent prosecutors from other U.S. attorneys' offices all over the country, and we're making progress every day.
I mean, I can't tell you.
Progress. And
check this one out, y'all. Check this one out, y'all. Let's get into this. Do y'all agree with this opinion? Y'all see these guys.
Why is there ICE riots right now?
That lets you know how infiltrated we are, though.
Right.
Because if it's that many people in the streets, paid protesters, by the way, all of them aren't paid. You got some people who are immigrants.
Right.
You got a lot of immigrants here.
So that means that all these people that are protesting either have family members that are illegal immigrants or actual immigrants themselves.
They're not America first, you guys. They're not America first. It's not like we can go to their country and be like, hey, we're American. We're setting up shop here. Like, we can't. We can go about it the legal way, but we can't do it the illegal way. Look, in Thailand, there's been like thousands of Americans that are in Thailand that have gotten kicked out because they've overstayed.
And that's just overstaying your visa. Imagine if you're protesting as well.
It's
crazy.
so disrespectful. I'm in your house protesting. You ain't kicking me out.
That's a great point, because everybody be going to Bangkok and Thailand to go do this passport, bro. That's a great point about American men traveling over there to go have sex with women, and now their government said, y'all got to go home. Japan stopped all Islamic immigration into Japan stopped when they got a new prime minister.
In the flag burning, that's another thing too. But again, paid protesters, we've seen chaos agents. Is some random white dude burning the flag? What sense does that make?
It makes zero sense. Why are you burning the flag?
Chaos agent. And I think that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to induce a civil war. Somebody at the top who doesn't like Trump or whatever's happening.
I agree. Why are the white people burning flags when we got $19 billion Somali fraud and Homeland Security going to the governor asking, hey, all I want is the immigrants who are incarcerated, who are criminals. That's all I want. I don't want all of your immigrants. I know we're America. You need migrant labor. I just want access to the criminals.
Again, there is infighting, and the fact that people don't understand the system is going to crumble because Trump wants it to crumble. This is why he's inducing a lot of things, because the old system does not work. And the fact that people are fighting for this system is crazy. The tax system is a fraud. We see it in Minnesota. We see it in the healthcare system. We see it in every facet of business.
This is my thing. The only way that it even makes sense for somebody to be fighting for this is if they benefit from it.
They have to be.
Because they're over here illegally and they don't want to go back. Because, you know, illegals get benefits here. So it's like, what are you protesting?
That means they're getting a piece of the pie.
That means they're part of the fraud.
There's no other rhyme or reason to it.
Yeah, like, what are y'all in the streets for? Y'all the frauds.
And then Tim Walz saying this whole thing by Nick Shirley's white supremacy.
Bro, get the fuck out of here.
If
Racial
that's true,
games.
you're white.
Bro.
So you benefit from it too, indirectly or directly. Does that make sense? He's hustling. He getting some of that bread. How do you think Kamala Harris raised $1 billion in 90 days?
She just hustling.
She got it from the Somalis.
She got it for the Somalia. killed it. They killed it, man. All right, subscribe to these brothers, man. Who was their channel, man? Subscribe to these brothers, man. Hey, support them, man. That was dope, man. Support them brothers, man. Subscribe to their channel, man. That was dope, man. I think that's the Maverick approach. Shout out to them brothers, man. That was dope, man. She raised $1 billion. That's where she get it from. She got it from the Somalian. Kamala was locked in with the Somalians, baby. Oh, I got the best channel, W-Chat. W-Chat. House Majority Leader Mike Johnson speaking on ICE. All day I've been talking about the federal powers of ICE. Let's go, Mike. Mike, I want to be like Mike.
When ICE goes to execute a warrant. It's an administrative warrant, and it's issued by an immigration judge. And
Correct.
That is a sufficient legal authority to go and apprehend someone. They
Correct.
have violated the law. They crossed over our border illegally, and they're here and without any right to be here. Okay, that's what's happening now. The controversy has erupted where if someone is, they're going to be apprehended and they run behind a closed door and lock the door. I mean, what is ICE supposed to do? What is Immigration and Customs Enforcement supposed to do at that point? Oh, gee whiz, they locked the door. I mean, I guess we'll just go on to our, so there's some logic and reason that is to be applied here.
Right.
Some have complained that the force has been excessive or what have you. I don't know. We're going to figure that out. It's part of the discussion over the next couple of weeks. I tell you what the Democrats want to do and what we cannot do, and that is they want to add an entirely new layer of warrant requirement. Okay, they want to have a judicial warrant on top of the immigration judge warrant, and we can't do that.
I told you that first. Earlier, my friend asked me, why are we having this problem in Minnesota, right? And I said, I played a video where Minnesota has said they will not honor the deportation orders. They want a warrant from a judge as if these are citizens. I said earlier, that's why I went into my soliloquy about the fact that they have seen a judge. They see an immigration judge. They do not see the same judge as you because they are not privy to the same laws and rights because they are not citizens. That judge does not have the same seal and flag on the wall behind them, right? They go see an immigration judge. He doesn't have the seal. When you go to court, that seal, that's legally has to be there. That seal is not just there for looks.
Of warrant requirement. Okay, they want to have a judicial warrant on top of the immigration judge warrant, and we can't do that.
That's two judges. They want a judicial warrant from a local judge. So in Minneapolis, when Tom Homan and Homeland Security went to Minnesota and said, hey, I need to see all of the immigrants who have committed a crime. Everybody you got arrested, everybody you have in your penal system in prison who is an immigrant, I need to see him and I need to arrest them. Minnesota said, no, we will only give you people who you have a warrant from a judge. And they're like, wait a minute, we got a judge. We got a judge, immigration judge right here. Here goes his name, the immigration judge. We know who he is. We know you have him locked up. We got the immigration judge with the warrant. Minnesota said, no, you need a warrant from a judge. What do you mean a judge? Like this motherfucker is an American citizen? How the fuck do we get a court date? How the fuck do we get in court for this motherfucker? He not an American citizen. And why the fuck would a judge? Because a judge is going to say, I'll kick this shit out of my court because he's not American. I'm not making a ruling on this motherfucker. It makes no sense as an American judge. And why did you, a federal agent, listen to this stupid motherfucker from the state and bring a motherfucking illegal alien in my courtroom expecting me to have jurisdiction on this motherfucking illegal alien? I can't make and give you a motherfucking warrant. Do you hear how stupid this shit is? I cannot give you a warrant for this illegal alien. I don't have jurisdiction. He's not an American citizen. That's why we got the warrant from the immigration judge. But Minnesota has said, we're not going to honor the deportation orders in the immigration judge's order. We want you to have a judge's court order. And that's why the violence is going on in Minnesota. Double tap at the like button, man. It's after 5 o'clock, man. What a great show, man. It's after 5 o'clock, man. What a great show. Thank y'all for hanging out, man. Y'all want to keep going? We could keep going, man. I see the numbers. I see the numbers. I have more. I have more. I'm gonna save it for tomorrow. I didn't even get to Colombia. I didn't get to the vault. I can save that for tomorrow. I'm gonna save that. And Presley's net worth rises from a negative million. So AOC and the squad. I gotta play this because she get on my motherfucking nerves. I'm about tired of these I'm about tired of them. I am tired of the squad. I am tired of Omar. I'm tired of Jasmine Crockett. I'm tired of AOC. I am tired of the bullshit, and I know you are too. This is Ayanna Presley, member of the squad, the Massachusetts Democrat known as part of a progressive squad, reported 3 Boston area rental properties valued between $250,000 and $1 million, each pulling up to $200,000 a year. Her spouse, Cohen Harris, launched management counseling in 2019, leaving a city job. She jumped from a negative income to now worth over millions of dollars. And now she's going to be investigated. I got to give me something to eat. You know, y'all know I don't eat all day. My hunger is getting to me right now.
My time spent here today has been so meaningful. I prepared myself, braced myself for feeling defeated and despondent, being proximate to so much trauma in the wake of this campaign of terror. But in each moment, my heart would break and then be restored. And I said, how is it that I'm leaving these spaces feeling full, feeling abundance, feeling hopeful, feeling joyful, feeling strong?
What are you talking about?
There's something in the water in Minnesota. You all are truly built different. And so my message leaving here will not be that Minnesota is the poster child for this campaign of chaos and terror.
They the poster child for fraud, bitch. Well, you know what's in the water, bitch? Somalians stealing billions of dollars, bitch. That's what's in the water, bitch. You know what's special about Minnesota? That they get paid for not going to school, bitch. That's what's so special about Leering Center. That's what's special about Minnesota, bitch. The Leering Center, bitch.
But instead, you are the blueprint for the power of radical love and true solidarity and the linking of arms.
The linking. Oh, shit. So she getting investigated, just like Omar. Democrats out here getting rich, stealing money. I'm going to go deeper into that story tomorrow. Democrats out here getting rich, stealing money. Democrats out here getting rich, stealing money. Breaking everyone's favorite leftist, Will Stancil has been beaten by Antifa and kicked out of ICE Watch Minneapolis after leftists label him a danger to operations and a possible snitch. What? What? Let's take a look at this.
Okay. Oh, shut up, man. I've done a lot more than you have. Shut up. Jackass.
I thought everybody was still up there. Thanks a lot, guys.
He's filming people's faces. What the fuck? How's that? Oh, no. Yeah, this is the million people.
And they beat him up. And they beat him up.
Okay. Oh, shut up, man. I've done a lot more than you have. Shut up. Jackass.
I thought everybody was still up there. Thanks a lot, guys.
He's filming people's faces. What the fuck? How's that? Oh, no. Yeah, this is the million people.
So they don't want their fame. They don't want their faces filmed. Man. We don't even know what's going on in the streets. We don't even know what's going on in the streets. We don't even know what's going on, man. Have y'all hit the like button? Have you hit the like button? Have you hit the like button? Did you subscribe? Did you hit the like button? Did you subscribe? Do your job, man. #1 podcast on YouTube for political discourse. And I do a good job. I put in my work for you guys. Double tap, hit the like button, like, share, and subscribe.
Had
Last
nothing to run on, spoke a fucking word salad most of the time, and didn't know the state of Virginia fucked around and found out. And they're going to understand that these elections and these votes have consequences. And you know, it disgusts me when I think about the time that that miserable race baiter, Barack Obama, came out and endorsed Kamala Harris and spoke down to black men, telling us we need to vote for this woman who had no platform, had nothing to run on, spoke a fucking word salad most of the time, and didn't know whether she was a Baptist preacher, a Jamaican, Spanish, didn't know what the fuck she was. But we had to vote for her because she was black. And then you have Miss Earl Sears, who is a respectable woman, a Republican. She doesn't get that same respect. No, President Obama went and endorsed Miss Spamberger, the CIA agent, the socialist, and thus she won. She won the black vote. I can't understand how 1 minute you're so pro-black unless the candidate is a Republican. And now it turns out Governor-elect Miss Spamberger is now drafting so many socialist bills that will practically cripple the state of Virginia. And this is the shit you voted for. So enjoy socialism in Virginia, just like New Yorkers are now starting to realize, you know, maybe socialism in New York is not that bad, thanks to Man Donkey.
Mandani, the Marani. I call him the Marani. Mandani, the Marani.
Found out. And they're going to understand that these elections and these votes have consequences. And you know, it disgusts me when I think about the time that that miserable race baiter, Barack Obama, came out and endorsed Kamala Harris and spoke down to black men, telling us we need to vote for this woman who had no platform, had nothing to run on, spoke a fucking word salad most of the time, and didn't know whether she was a Baptist preacher, a Jamaican, Spanish, didn't know what the fuck.
A Baptist preacher, Jamaican, Spanish. Is she black? I don't know if she's black. It's okay if she's black. I just didn't know. Let's listen to that again. I got to hear that again. Is she black?
Oh, whether she was a Baptist preacher, a Jamaican, Spanish, didn't know what the fuck she was.
We don't know what the fuck she was. Okay. Hey, I'll see y'all tomorrow at noon. Have a good night.